Okay, it's once more Sunday morning, and that means it's time to sit down and try to complete some of the games that's been laying too long in my library. Today I'm having a look at the Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective series, and I'm hoping to clear all the 3 games that they made in that series. However, we'll see how much time gets lost by going down all the wrong trails, dead ends, red herrings, that sort of thing. In general, I do believe I will be playing mainly for my enjoyment rather than actually getting a good point score at the end. I have never played the computer games. I have only played the board game that the series is based upon. And of the 3 cases, I think this first one, the case of the Tin Soldier, is the only one I've actually played. And I tried to do the math earlier on how long it's been since I played it. And I think it might be about 6 or 7 years since I played this at a board game night. Which is fair to say, I remember absolutely nothing from back then. Absolutely nothing. So I will be basically going into it blind. Also, back then we were playing in groups of, I think, 8 people. So everyone was doing their own thing, looking through things. We developed this thing where we always would go to the Russian embassy because the Russian embassy would always be sus. So that we really did not play that game ever to win on points. We just played it to dig deep into the story and find out as many things as possible. And that's most likely the playstyle I'm going to be keeping with today as well. Simply because I find it more amusing. I do hope the sound is okay. I will admit it's rather loud on my end, so I might be just tweaking it ever so slightly. Let's see, and then I could probably get this one up a little bit loud again. Let's see. If anyone could give me any notification if the sound is okay, if they can hear the music fine without being overpowering, that'd be great. See, it's in green, so it should be fine. I'll just try playing off Holmes' instructions and we'll see how it goes.
London is not a beautiful city. Under the soot that covers its buildings is a teeming mass of 4 million souls trying to survive, mostly off of each other. You see it in the paper every day. Thankfully, we have the London Times to keep us informed of all these troubling activities with an unbiased eye and razor-sharp accuracy. We find this publication to be of invaluable assistance in our investigations, and I'm sure you will as well. Among the forces of evil which run rampant in this city, there are also, thankfully, 2 groups of individuals who will aid us in our cause. As we do, they attempt to right wrongs and restore harmony and civility to the streets of London. The first of these groups is a ragtag association of young ruffians. I call them the Baker Street Irregulars. Don't let them fool you. They may be scruffy and ill-bred, but they are on the right side of the law. They can go everywhere, see everything, and overhear everyone. They are my eyes and ears in the streets of London, unquestionably a tremendous asset in our work. They will help us in our investigations if they can. The other group is a far more civilized collection of gentlemen and institutions. I call them the Baker Street Regulars. They, too, will be extremely useful in our work. At the start of any investigation, do keep in mind that it is a capital mistake to theorize before one has data. Unwittingly, one begins to twist facts to suit theories instead of theories to suit facts. The people and places to whom I will now introduce you will help us to collect the facts. May we use them wisely. Come, the game's afoot.
Okay. Let's see. Your sleuthing tools. Newspapers should be your first step in starting a case. Simply choose one of the papers and look for relevant names and locations in the article. You can scroll each column up and down. The directory contains names and places to help you in your sleuthing. When you hear or read about a curious name, select the appropriate tab to look it up. Then use the directory tools to investigate further. Once you select a name or location, select one of the 3 icons below. You can send Holmes and Watson to the destination and the Baker Street Irregulars instead of search home files for this information. You can use your notebook in 2 ways. Select the Clue History tab to review information on what you've seen and done. Select the Clue Hints tab to request a hint from Dr. Watson himself. Sending detectives to a location will play a video scene. Some scenes are pertinent to the case, while others may lead to dead ends and red herrings. Touch the video for playback controls. Enable or disable subtitles in the setting menus. I've already put on the subtitles, so that should be fine. If you believe that you have enough information to solve the mystery, select the gavel icon to bring your case before the judge. He will ask you specific questions to determine if you are indeed a master sleuth. And then we have the points. Certain actions in the game will cost you clue points. Your goal is to solve the mystery in as few points as possible. Note that you will not incur additional points by sending the detectives or the irregulars to a duplicate name in the directory. Okay, so if I'm hesitant if it's worth it or not, it would probably be best to send the irregulars first and then follow up with the detectives. In that way, not wasting Holmes and Watson's time, I guess. Since it won't give me any further deduction. Let's see. About the regulars. Oh, okay.
Mr. Henry Ellis is the foreign news editor for the London Times. He is a great reservoir of information of what's happening on the continent. He also has an interest in crime news. Ellis is always happy to help when he can, but you must be careful of what you tell him, or you might find what you've confided to him in the next day's Times. This is a records office housing documents pertaining to births, marriages, deaths, and last wills and testaments. Quentin Hogg is a crime reporter for the Police Gazette. He is an ex-police inspector who found the environment of Scotland Yard less than stimulating. He has a strong deductive mind and is a very good resource.
Okay.
Porky is not a pillar of society, I dare say, but he is a man who has learned from his mistakes and is trying to start a new life. Although he is no longer in prison, he is still behind bars, or shall I say, a bar.
Jolly good one, Holmes.
Yes, Watson. Well, the bar in question is the Raven and Rat Inn. Porky is the proprietor. He has been of great help to us in the past, and I expect he will continue to be in the future. Ah, Scotland Yard. If the Yard knew how to examine evidence with any skill, there would be no need for our services. Inspector Lestrade is the pick of a bad lot. But it is true they may be a source of valuable information. After all, the professional police have methods for gathering facts that are not open to us. Edward Hall is a young barrister whom you will find on most days at the Old Bailey. He's a cut above the other unimaginative members of his profession.
Holmes, don't you think you should explain to them the difference between a barrister and a solicitor?
Yes, of course, Watson. A solicitor handles the routine legal business of our society. If you do not have to go before a court, you will have no need for a barrister. If you must go before a court, then your solicitor would engage the services of a barrister.
Well, subtitles disappeared mid there. Let's hope that's not gonna continue happening throughout the game.
Head clerk Disraeli O'Brien is your contact in the Office of Records. The Office of Records contains legal records, both criminal and civil, as well as state papers. I think you'll find O'Brien to be a walking, or should I say sitting encyclopedia of the office's affairs. Now here is a person who usually gets in the last word. Langdale Pike is a human reference work on social scandal, especially on the London scene. He contributes bits of gossip to the garbage papers that cater to an inquisitive public. If I can't find something in my own files, I go and examine the overflowing shelves of the great London Library. It is a wealth of information. This gentleman is the head chemist at Scotland Yard Criminology Laboratory. It is rumored that Murray lives in the lab. He is eternally bent over one of his tables trying to extract the history of a crime from the physical evidence he's been given. Sir Jasper is the chief medical examiner for St. Bartholomew's Hospital. He is London's greatest forensic pathologist. You can depend on him for all the technical details that can be obtained from any corpse whose cause of death is in question.
Okay, that's all the regulars. Let's see how this goes. At least I have my tea ready. So let's get saluted. New game. Inspector Smythe is greeted at the door of 221B Baker Street by Holmes' housekeeper, Mrs. Hudson. The consulting detective and the good doctor bid him enter. After foregoing a cup of tea, the inspector sits heavily in a sitting chair and looks to the men with anticipation.
May we be of some assistance, Inspector Smythe?
General Farnsworth Armstead, one of the 6 surviving Waterloo Tontine ticket holders, has been murdered.
Waterloo Tontine?
The Waterloo Tontine was a lottery of sorts, Watson. It was set up in 1815 to aid the veterans of the Battle of Waterloo. Wellington's victory over Napoleon.
Yes, of course, I knew that.
Quite an ingenious plan on the part of the founders. £1 bought a ticket in the name of some young relative. The ticket proceeds amounted to over £1 million. Half went immediately to veterans and their families for medical and hardship expenses.
What became of the other half?
It all went into an account at the Bank of England, where it's been collecting interest all these years.
Very clever. And how does one win this prize?
Simply by outliving all the other ticket holders.
And now you say one of them has been murdered. Very suspicious. Who are the remaining 5?
The oldest is Captain Robert Jurgens, age 82. Then there are Anita and Claire Thomas, who are 80-year-old twins. William Rowland is 79, and Peter Dudley is 77. Poor General Armstead was the youngest at 74.
Seems as if he would have had the best chance to outlive the others.
I recall reading something in the Times about a big to-do involving the Tontine survivors on the 18th.
That's correct. The Waterloo anniversary banquet at the Langham Hotel.
Why is the name Armstead familiar?
He was a noted art collector, I believe. He also authored a well-known book, Treasures of the Conquerors.
Quite right. At the time of his death, General Armstead was working on a revised edition for his publisher, Nugget and Company. It was to contain an entirely new chapter on a fabulous diamond called the Polar Star, which at one point belonged to Joseph Bonaparte, Napoleon's brother. The general had new information which traced the gem to its present owner.
Tell me about the circumstances of General Armstead's death.
Oh, yes, of course. Well, let me see. At 10 o'clock this morning, the general's valet, David Sennett, admitted a caller to the general's study. Sennett says he did not know the man. He was elderly and spoke with a French accent. Sennett told him the general never saw anyone in the morning while he was at work. The gentleman insisted that if Armstead read the letter he had with him, he would make an exception. And so it was. Sennett took the letter in, Armstead read it, and went quite pale. He told Sennett to let the gentleman in. Sensing something amiss, Sennett dawdled in the area of the study for the next 15 minutes or so. Then he heard the distinct sound of swordplay. He tried to enter the study, but found the door locked. Then he heard the crash of breaking glass. He raced to the kitchen and out the back door to enter the study from the garden. By the time he got there, the caller had vanished, and the general was leaning heavily against a shattered display case of military miniatures. Before Sennett could assist him, he dropped a saber from his hand and fell over dead.
And I take it the letter which so upset the general was nowhere to be found.
Correct, Mr. Holmes.
Well, we shall put our brains and our feet to the task.
I feel like I didn't manage to write down half of that, but let's try.
May we be of some assistance, Inspector Smythe?
General Farnsworth Armstead, one of the 6 surviving Waterloo...
Okay. Let's see here. To the news. To the news. Let's see. Like a Finch's Hospital Tower just rolled in a ground plan. Anita and Claire. Wait a minute. Wasn't that Anita and Claire Thomas? Lady League of Finch's Hospital. Okay. Lost on 1st of May, Portman Road. Diamond brooch consisting of a large diamond and blue emerald cut. Okay. Wellington's birthplace. G. Graham with a Register General. G.C. Palmer. Just trying to look through and find any mentions of anything that could be relevant here. Claim Aspeline. Really wish I had gotten the name of all the 4 other ones, but it said it would be in the paper somewhere. So Gale. Lord Dentmore, no. Let's see. Ladies and gentlemen, the stage. There. 75 Waterloo Balin anniversary. The Times is placed to announce a dinner on the occasion of the 75th anniversary of the Battle of Waterloo. Surviving participant in the Waterloo town will be guest of honor. Further information is available at the Langham Hotel or the Times office. That's what I wanted. Okay, so at the Langham Hotel or Times office. Info on banquet. Ball. Sure. Let's be direct on that. Let's see, is there anything else that might be relevant here? To the editor of Times. On the vicious inhabitants of Flower and Dorset Street. I don't think that's gonna be relevant. If I go one back, could I find any news on these people? Let's see. More here. 75th. Same news, really. Really wish I would have mentioned the names though. Recognize the more Burgess minstrels. The Royal Russian Circus is in town. Humane Society funds required to support for the anti-vivisection faction. Caretaker, semi-stupefied state. What's the matter? Told me that a man missing an arm and a leg had just entered the church and finding all alone, inquired where there was within the vestry. Huh. Okay. So someone's been causing mischief at the church. That might not be relevant at all to our case. I feel like a man with missing an arm and a leg would be fairly obvious. We currently only have to go with an elderly man with a French accent. Let's see. The National Gallery, a rare and precious exhibit of gems and treasured artifacts from the fire collection of foreign visiting dignitaries. Limited engagement. That could be interesting, considering that what he was working on. So that would be the National Gallery. It's having a gem exhibit. Might be worth checking out. Continues a series of murder which have been plaguing the Bankside during the past several nights. Shot twice with a large caliber gun. That doesn't match our murderer. He wasn't shot. That would be very different. Disturbance at the Russian Social Club. Shouldn't have anything to do with this. How about June? Let's see. Okay, so there's been a lot of jewel thefts at least. That was the second time. There was a diamond brooch stolen. And now a ruby necklace. I have a feeling that's gonna be a red herring, but you never know. Let's see. Humble Eagle. Let's see. Man was not born. Raging to romance from pen of a woman. Okay, to the edit of times. Suggestion of bloodhound might assist in tracking the Thames murderer. As a breeder of dogs and knowing their power, little doubt that the hound had been put upon the scent of the murder while fresh, at least in those cases where the body was not actually floating in the water, might have done what the police have failed in. Huh. Harsh but true. Let's see. People were accosted. Disaster at sea. Recruited telephone Dunkirk said that the British steamline Talisman bound from Malta took to the ground on Saturday night. Captain 8 of the crew of the steamer Emma was landed in Southampton. All on board were saved in an open boat except for one Russian sailor purportedly involved in a jewelry heist scandal and landed at Brest next morning. Okay. But that is Russian, not French. However, the fact that there has been one, I am still gonna make a note of that. Sailor landed in Brest. And let's see, that was the British steamer. I do apologize if there's gonna be some pauses, but if I do not take notes in this game, I will be absolutely helpless later on. Let's see, murder in Bloomsbury. Found the body of Mrs. Miss on the desk. It's apparently been murdered by a blow to the head. Huh. Let's see. Firearms. Nope. Can't say I see anything there. Okay, last one. That is not the same steamer that went down later. Let's see. Let's see. Oh, there we go. That's the thing that was then from Norgate. I didn't catch that when we were going through. Norgate and Company are the ones publishing his new book. New book about the Polar Star. So that could be interesting to see what they have to say. If they have the manuscript already, that'd be great. Stranger raid with snakes in Whitehall? Huh. Group of Liverpool importers have strike. Oh. Pine of husbandry shouldn't be a thing. Panic at the Theatre Francais. Iris exhibition shouldn't be relevant. Spiralism. Jump. Parent Holidays Private Hotel. An anarchist was found dead in a room. Okay. Russian exile. Well, that's not relevant for this case. Most likely. Found dead at the theater. The killer was in the mid-30s. Yeah, that's not gonna be the same person. Okay. That's all those. Let's see, the notebook was where I could go for clues, but that's not needed right now. Directory. Let's see, so then it's either the hotel or the Times office to learn more. So let's go to the hotel. And that was on L. It's not available. Why is it not? You think? Oh, hotels, they're all here. Ah, well, that makes more sense. This was the Langham Hotel. Send the regulars, send the detectives. You know what? Ignore the point loss, let's just send the detectives. Having discovered in the Times that this hotel might have a connection to the General's death, Holmes and Watson head off into the night for visits.
It seems none of the staff knows anything about Armstead's demise. The manager was rather grateful I told him the news. Says now they can count on one less place setting at the banquet.
Then I suppose it was a good thing we stopped here, Watson.
Okay, completely useless. Absolutely useless. Okay, that was a lot of points lost. Oh well, I said I wouldn't worry about it. I'll try not to. Let's see. Fine. Which one of these for the coroner? Let's go to the coroner. So just Meek. In an effort to determine the cause of death, Holmes asks Watson to discuss the passing of General Armstead.
Can you tell us what did him in, Sir Jasper?
A sword through the heart, a smart upward thrust.
Okay. Wait, is he still... I can just go to his house. That makes way more sense. The air feels heavy as Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson travel in silence to the scene of the crime.
I found the general leaning over the display case. He had his saber in hand, the one that usually resides above the fireplace.
I understand he was a collector of military figures.
Yes, the display in the study shows the last great British charge that swept the French from Waterloo.
Is there any significance to the fact that the figure of Napoleon is facing backward?
How strange. Perhaps I should go and set it straight.
No, don't touch it. Not until the police have concluded their investigation.
Oh, yes, of course.
I also noticed the portrait over the display case.
The late Mrs. Armstead.
Do I detect a note of hostility?
I must admit we did not get on very well. But I might say that Mrs. Armstead did not get on very well with anyone, including the general.
You mean they didn't marry for love?
Hardly. Lord Fitch, Mrs. Armstead's father, arranged the match. Her dowry was very generous. Lord Fitch would have paid any amount to ensure that he would not be left with a spinster daughter, especially such a nasty one.
If there was no love lost between them, why did he keep her portrait in his study?
Actually, it was put up there to needle Mrs. Armstead's brother, the present Lord Fitch. He never approved of the marriage. Even after her death, they were involved with mutual business affairs. They jointly owned stock or some such thing.
Tell me, do you know what the general was doing at the time the intruder arrived?
Yes, he was working on the new section of his book, the part that concerns the gem, the Polar Star. It was very interesting, really. It traces the ownership of the gem to the brother of Napoleon, to the Russian Count Rostov. Unfortunately, the gem was stolen from the Count 3 years ago. As a matter of fact, the general just received a letter from a Pierre Montan, who said that he was willing to divulge the name of the present owner of the gem for the agreed-upon fee.
Do you know where Mr. Montan might be found?
I believe he's staying at the Bridge House Hotel.
Did the general have any encounters with anyone out of the ordinary in the past several days?
Not really. An old friend of his has been in town, Jean-Paul Girard. Neither the general nor I have seen him in 40 years. In fact, they were going to meet this afternoon at the French embassy.
I'm obviously curious about the general's last visitor. Could you describe him, please?
He was an old man, a rather short fellow. He walked with a cane and carried a carpetbag.
Did he give a name?
No. He simply wanted to see the general, and he handed me a letter to take into him.
Did you read it?
No. It was in an envelope, rather yellowed with age, though I noticed it was addressed in a graceful hand to Captain Armstead, 12th Hussars, the general's old regiment. When the general read it, he went very pale. Then he asked me to admit the gentleman.
Tell me, when you finally got into the room from the garden, were the study doors still locked?
Yes.
I noticed that there is an 8-foot fence surrounding the garden, and that the only way into the garden or out of it is through the kitchen door or the study.
How terribly observant, Holmes.
Well, that was a well of information. Let's see, I think I managed to scribble down most of the relevant thing. So there was Bridge House Hotel and the French Embassy where he had a meeting. The Bridge House Hotel was where he could meet the informer who could tell who had stolen the gem from Count Rostov in Russia. But that makes me wonder if not this, let's see, which one was it? Where was it? The ship that went down. There. One Russian sailor purportedly involved in a jewelry heist scandal. I wasn't sure you would be relevant, but now I'm fairly certain you will be relevant because I think that might be the person who stole from Count Rostov and then therefore knows something. But do I then go to Bridge House Hotel or do I go to the French Embassy? I'll probably end up doing both eventually, but let's see, is there anything else I need of the regulars? I could check in with H.R. Murray to see for any physical evidence. London Library makes no sense currently. Social scandals hardly, unless I want to go into the whole thing with Lord Fitch. Office of Records, no. Barrister, I don't see why we would have need for that. Scotland Yard, I mean, they might know something that we don't. Now, Porky Shinwell might know something about the jewel heists, and so might Quentin Hogg, the crime reporter. But I would rather go straight to the source of it, Bridgeton Hotel, if I could. Foreign news in London Times might also be a possibility. So let's mark those as possibles, and I've already been to talk to the coroner. Do I go on the jewel heist track, or do I go and try and see if there's anything else with the French embassy and his friend? Let's see. Let's send the irregulars over to the French embassy. Watson absent-mindedly pats an irregular on the head as the lad heads off to the French embassy. Captain, does the name... Oh, does it mean anything to you? What? Oh, Horseface. What? Horseface? Doesn't sound like that was very helpful. Let's see, that was under hotels, and it was the Bridge House Hotel. Following up on a lead and motivated by a hunch, the detective quickly head over to the Bridge House Hotel.
How in the world did you hear about it so soon, Mr. Holmes? The body's still warm. Couldn't have happened more than 10 minutes ago.
Body? What body?
Well, the one what's upstairs in 203.
We're here for something else, actually. Looking for Pierre Martin.
Well, that's the very fellow what was done in.
Tell me, young man, do you know what transpired?
Well, Mr. Matin checked into the hotel on the 8th. He was a Frenchman. I didn't speak to him much.
Who discovered the body?
I did. Well, I came along to his room to deliver a wire. Here it is, sir.
Information still valuable. See me, Wells, Osborne, Norgate and Company, publishers.
Tell me, did you see anyone suspicious hanging about?
No. No, sir. Well, actually, now that I think about it, there was a rather large man with a foreign accent. Russian, I think. He said that he wasn't sure about the address and that he'd only just arrived in London. He asked for Mr. Matin, and I sent him straight up. Well, he was rather well-spoken and well-mannered. I didn't think anything of it at the time. A few minutes later, he came down. He was practically running. I saw him go out the front door and hail a cab.
Was there anything amiss in the room?
Oh, I'll say. An inkwell was toppled on its side, left an awful mess on the carpet. Big blue spots and inky footprints right the way to the door. The manager will be in a fret when he sees it. Fortunately, there was no blood.
Perhaps he was strangled.
Okay. Let's see. So now we have a large Russian man that's been strangling the man who had valuable information. Do our notebook contain information that we've already found? Oh dear. Already at 55 points. That's not good. Visit the Langham Hotel where the London staff knew nothing of the general's death. Meek, sword trusted. Counted facts of Armstead death. Turned military figure, a painting of General Rife, a book was writing, and most importantly, an old man with cane and carpet bag who killed the general. The regular visit to the French embassy and turned an odd piece of information, horse face. That's not what I wanted to know though. I wanted to know, when did he actually die? I have completely forgotten how long it's been since he was killed. When did our general die? Because if... Did he die 1 day ago? 2 days ago? Earlier today? Because if I'm gonna continue down this jewel heist track, then it would make sense that he would have been dead for a little bit. Maybe it's time to visit our more questionable regular. Let's see. No, that was not Pike Langdale. Pike Langdale was for social scandals. It was Porky. Porky Shinwell. A quick carriage ride takes Holmes to the rundown pub. Before stepping inside, the consulting detective is rudely bumped into by an intoxicated patron stumbling from the inn.
Bloody shame it was about General Armistead's death.
How touching, Shinwell. You're really grieved to see him pass on.
Well, sure, I had me money on him. I should have trusted me instincts and gone with one of the ladies.
Captain Jurgens doesn't seem to have had much of a following, even at 25 to 1.
Nah, that's just Booth Lacey and his cronies, and that's really a sentimental bet. You see, Jurgens is Lacey's uncle.
Okay, replay that because I want those names.
Bloody shame it was about General Armistead's...
Okay, I can actually just
death.
How touching, Shinwell. You're really grieved to see him pass on.
Well, sure, I had me money on.
There we go. Captain Jurgens, General Armstead, Claire Thomas, Anita Thomas. Something Roland and Peter Dudley.
I should have trusted me instincts and gone with one of the ladies.
Captain Jurgens doesn't seem to have had much of a following, even at 25 to 1.
Nah, that's just Booth Lacey and his cronies, and that's really a sentimental bet. You see, Jurgens is Lacey's uncle.
Not what I wanted from you, Porker, but oh well, I got the names. I got the names from everyone that's in that lottery. Not sure that's the reason he was killed, though. But at the same time, why was that military figurine of Napoleon turned backwards? If he's turned backwards, does that more indicate that it's related to the Battle of Waterloo, or that it's indicated toward the fact that he was connected to the jewel? You know what? Good morning, Balrog. Hope you had a good night's sleep and is enjoying your Sunday morning. Do I want to go to the French embassy myself? All the regulars came back, but it was the word horse face, which could be relevant. It could be completely irrelevant. Of course, we could now also go to the Russian embassy and try to figure out if we can figure out anything about the large man that's supposedly Russian, but I feel like that's starting to go down a different trail. I guess we can hit up the publishing company. That wouldn't be too bad. Let's see. That was Norgate. Norgate and Co. Let's just send the regulars. I'm not sure if it's gonna be worth it. Watson is hesitant to send an irregular to the publisher address. The boy laughs at the good doctor and tell him that this one's on us, Gov, as they bolt for the door and down the street. Wouldn't let us aside, couldn't see a thing. All that was absolute waste. Why is this a function in the game? Do they ever give me anything reasonable? You feel like you could need another 10 hours? That doesn't sound great. Also, does that mean you actually slept for 10 hours? Like, how is that possible? I have never been able to sleep that... Well, okay, I've been able to sleep like that for that long maybe once or twice in my life, but that's been under exceptional circumstances. Having read in the Times the efforts of Norgate and Company to publish General Armstead's account of the Polar Star gem, Holmes is most eager to hear what Wells Osborne has to say.
General Armstead's book has been a very controversial subject from the start.
I understand the original publication caused quite a stir among the public.
Oh, yes, indeed. Well, you know, of course, that many of the treasures listed in the book had in fact been stolen by their present owners. That revelation caused quite a sensation, and we were delighted. The more libel suits that were pressed against us, the more the book sold.
May I ask why the General chose to revise an already successful book?
There was one piece of critical information missing from the first edition. It was the whereabouts of a fabulous diamond called the Polar Star.
Seems to be a very popular gem.
Indeed. So you can imagine his excitement when last March he received a letter from a Frenchman by the name of Pierre Martin, who claimed to know where the diamond was. He had even provided a detailed description of how the gem was stolen from its last known owner, a Russian fella, a Count Rostov. He said the thief was an Englishman.
Might you know his name?
Martin wouldn't tell unless we paid. As I understand, he was in town a day or so ago and had tried to set up a meeting with the general. Unfortunately, I don't believe they had a chance to meet.
Okay, so it was stolen from Count Rostov by an English thief. Well, that's changed things. Well, if it goes by Count Rostov, he probably is at the Russian embassy. Sleep debt. Well, that will eventually catch up, I guess. Oh, let's just go for it. Let's go for the Russian embassy. Just for funsies. Detectives take a quick carriage ride to the embassy. Watson naps on the way while Holmes studies today's paper for clues.
Count Rostov, Watson.
Count Rostov, Holmes?
According to the woman at the embassy, he is the only Russian national who has arrived in London in the past few days.
But how will we find him?
He's staying at the Kaiser's Royal Hotel.
However did you deduce that, Holmes?
Elementary, my dear Watson. I asked.
Okay, the Kaiser. Ratbone Holmes. I mean, the FMV is based upon the board game, basically. So they filmed the scenes based on that. The intrepid duo hail a carriage, endeavoring to find some leads at Dexter Royal Hotel. The good doctor decides to sit this one out, however, and remains in the cab.
Are you from the police?
Were you expecting the police?
I was. My valet, Vladimir, reported to me that his interview with Pierre Martin was decidedly unproductive, as he was dead when Vladimir arrived.
I see. Tell me, why did he go to see Martin in the first place?
It was in reference to a certain valuable possession of mine that was stolen some years ago by Pierre's brother, Andre. I was in Paris, and I read in the London Times that General Armstead was to revise his very interesting book to include a chapter concerning that possession. Originally, I came here to visit him.
Then how did you discover Martin's whereabouts?
Shall we say, someone made me aware that Martin was also in London, that he was the general source of information. But when the General Armstead was reported dead, I had no other alternative but to pay a call on Martin. So I sent Vladimir, an old man's legs, you understand, to speak with him.
Okay, that's a fabulous actor. Oh, I enjoyed that one. Yeah, no, it's not existing footage from other sources. It is made for the game. Okay, let's see. So, according to him, the diamond was stolen from Andre, which is Pierre's brother. And Vladimir was his valet. And found the man dead already. Okay, so if he was already dead at that point, where do I go Where do I go from there? I would need to find Andre, the jewel thief. And this is starting to feel like quite the rabbit hole I'm going down, but oh well, as I'm already spending all the points, let's go to the French embassy ourselves. Holmes agreed that a trip to the French embassy might provide some value to their investigation. He grabs a hat and a full pipe and follows the good doctor out the door.
Farney and I spent over a year quartered together in France in War College. We became the best of friends.
Did you know much of the General's personal life at the time?
Ah, he always put the rest of us to shame in the matters of love. Said it was because we had no horse face to spur us on.
Did the General have a passion for horses?
Mon Dieu, no. He was engaged to a terribly unattractive woman by the name of Mary Fitch. Behind her back, that's what he called her. Horseface.
How dreadful. Whatever became of her?
She eventually became Mrs. Armstead and brought her great fortune to the marriage. I believe that Farney looked upon his stay in France as his last great fling.
Are you saying that there was no particular woman at the time?
I did not say that. There was one, but I never met her. My little flower, he called her. I remember one night he could not sleep. He was slightly drunk, and he kept rambling on about promises that must be kept and promises that couldn't be. Finally, he collapsed on the bed with such sadness in his eyes I will never forget it. Ma Fleurette, he said.
How very touching.
Have you seen much of the General over the years?
We have always maintained our friendship through correspondence, until last week, that is. It was the first time we had seen each other in over 40 years. We had supper, and then went to see the French actor Philippe Arnaud perform. The General commented that my presence beside him while French was being spoken reminded him of the old days.
So your visit went well?
Exceedingly well.
Can you think of anything that might have been troubling him?
No, the General was in excellent spirits. He joked about the upcoming Tontine celebration at the Langham, and he was very enthusiastic about the new information concerning the Polar Star. In fact, this week he was supposed to meet with a countryman of mine about it. It is hard to believe that my good friend is gone.
Now, who is my Fleurette? I mean, FMV games are too good. There's a reason why this is my 5th Sunday playing them. And I now do have them lined up out October, and I have a few that I might look into November as well. So for all I know, I will be playing FMV games every Sunday for the rest of the year. We'll see. We'll see. There's certainly a lot of them to to choose from. Some better than others. Now, where to go though? Where to go? Let's see. Okay, so we have Pierre Martin there. But we do not have a brother. It's a hit or miss, for sure. It really comes down to what you enjoy with FMV games and what you don't like. And where you want to be on the scale between interactive movie and a game. Because with FMVs it can quickly go both ways. Let's see. Hey, where would I even find that? Oh, Wait a moment. Vladimir, I can go see the valet. I think that's the valet. Let's see. Holmes waves Watson on, urging the doctor to go on without him. Nonplussed, Watson head out into the streets.
This seemed to be a dead end. No one had any information that could help us solve this case.
Aw. Damn it. Dead end. Dead end. I mean, there is always Fitch, which is the brother-in-law. That's a possible one. Let's see, Cassette, Sydney, Gilbert, Dr. Seymour. Hey, McAfee, Bridges. The Imperial. No, that wouldn't make any sense. Let's see. The Kangaroo Club. London Library, no. Martin Pierre would make no sense considering he's already dead. But wait, if he has a room here, why was he staying? If he's in the directory, why would he staying at a hotel? Let's just send the regulars. As Holmes plays his violin, Watson decides to peruse the London directory. He finds the name of Pierre Martin and decides to send a regular to investigate. Wasn't anyone about. I left when a Bobby looked like he was gonna sun me in. Okay. So no one about there. Let's see, the Raven and Rat Inn, we've already been there. We got something. The Russian Social Club. Don't think that's gonna be necessary. Anita and Claire Thomas is one of the other people involved in the lottery. But let's see, Dr. Nathan. The only vegetarian restaurant. There's no other one. This is just the only one. Victoria Station. West London Cricketers. I mean, surely they will sit upon the clue that this will crack this cage wide open. Oh, there's a Logical Gardens, another sure thing. A pawn shop. Now, a pawn shop might be worth looking into, but I don't think so. I think that would be pretty much a stab in the dark. I wonder if they will update though. So if I go back to the medical examiner now, will I get information on both the victims or just the one? Because now there are 2 victims that we have found, 2 dead bodies. It said I won't lose any more points by revisiting, so let's just check that theory. I don't think it will change anything. Okay, Holmes only sent Watson to discuss the passing.
Can you tell us what did him in, Sir Jasper?
A sword through the heart, a smart upward thrust.
That was the only thing, so we get no more additional information despite finding a second dead body. Good morning, dirtiest urchin. I'm glad you have your coffee. This is probably gonna be taking a while. We have 2 dead bodies so far. We're only trying to solve the murder of one of them, but we don't know if the other body is even related. Let's see, what I can, however, do is I can hit the crime report and see if Quentin Hogg might have something. Holmes sends Watson elsewhere while he himself check in with Quentin Hogg over at the Police Gazette.
General Armstead. Believe I know that name in connection with the Polar Star Diamond. Believe it was once owned by the Russian Count Rostov, some rich old duffer. Towards the end of '87, somebody pinched it.
Do you happen to know who?
Nobody knows for certain, mind you, but the word on the street was the thief was a Frenchie by the name of Andre Martin. Had quite a reputation as a jewel thief, he did, though his reputation was based mostly on rumor. Just before the Polar Star was lifted, he had been seen in St. Petersburg. A few months later, his body was found floating in the Thames.
Drowned?
No. He had been strangled. The crime was never solved, and the diamond was never found.
Okay, that's interesting. So Andre Martin is claimed to be the jewel thief. He is found strangled in Russia. Now, several years later, when his brother says that he has a clue on where the diamond is, he ends up strangled. Last person to see him alive is the valet of the Russian who the gem was stolen from. But where to go with it? Where to go with it? That's the thing. We've already visited the Count. He didn't give us much to go on. And then there's the book, which was just happy with more libel suits, so they're still interested in the information. But who was the French elderly person who actually visited? Who came with a carpet bag and a letter from the old days? Is that... Because that was... Now thinking back to it, that letter makes me think that this whole diamond thing has been a giant red herring and we wasted a lot of time on it. Because what terrified the general was an old letter which was addressed to him as captain, so that was back when he was still in his regiment. And that is what frightened him and got the Frenchman in to see him. Now, if the jewel theft was the motive, that makes no sense. Because he only started writing about the jewel theft a lot later. Which means we should probably try and find a different angle to solve this entire mystery. Let's see, what else do we have beside the gem, now that we have kind of gone down that trail? There was the trouble with Lord Finch and his, and the no longer with us Mrs. Armstead. But I'm not sure how that would relate to Napoleon facing backwards, and I feel like the fact that Napoleon was facing backward is relevant for our case. A turned military figure. That has to mean something. That has to mean something. An old man with cane and carpetbag who killed the general, and yet was able to jump a fence. So it seems like that would have to be a disguise. Because how big was that fence? Let's go back. Let's go back there once more. Let's go back to the scene of the crime and review that video with fresh eyes. A couple of you have joined after that as well, so... Air feels heavy as Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson travel in silence to the scene of the crime.
I found the general leaning over the display case. He had his saber in hand, the one that usually resides above the fireplace.
I understand he was a collector of military figures.
Yes, the display in the study shows the last great British charge that swept the French from Waterloo.
Is there any significance to the fact that the figure of Napoleon is facing backward?
How strange. Perhaps I should go and set it straight.
No, don't touch it. Not until the police have concluded their investigation.
Oh, yes, of course.
I also noticed the portrait over the display case.
The late Mrs. Armstead.
Do I detect a note of hostility?
I must admit we did not get on very well. But I might say that Mrs. Armstead did not get on very well with anyone, including the general.
You mean they didn't marry for love?
Hardly. Lord Fitch, Mrs. Armstead's father, arranged the match. Her dowry was very generous. Lord Fitch would have paid any amount to ensure that he would not be left with a spinster daughter, especially such a nasty one.
If there was no love lost between them, why did he keep her portrait in his study?
Actually, it was put up there to needle Mrs. Armstead's brother, the present Lord Fitch. He never approved of the marriage. Even after her death, they were involved with mutual business affairs. They jointly owned stock or some such thing.
Tell me, do you know what the general was doing at the time the intruder arrived?
Yes, he was working on the new section of his book. The part that concerns the gem, the Polar Star. It was very interesting, really. It traces the ownership of the gem to the brother of Napoleon, to the Russian Count Rostov. Unfortunately, the gem was stolen from the Count 3 years ago. As a matter of fact, the general just received a letter from a Pierre Montan, who said that he was willing to divulge the name of the present owner of the gem for the agreed-upon fee.
Do you know where Mr. Montan might be found?
I believe he's staying at the Bridge House Hotel.
Did the general have any encounters with anyone out of the ordinary in the past several days?
Not really. An old friend of his has been in town, Jean-Paul Girard. Neither the general nor I have seen him in 40 years. In fact, they were going to meet this afternoon at the French embassy.
I'm obviously curious about the general's last visitor. Could you describe him, please?
He was an old man, a rather short fellow. He walked with a cane and carried a carpetbag.
Did he give a name?
No. He simply wanted to see the general, and he handed me a letter to take in to him.
Did you read it?
No. It was in an envelope, rather yellowed with age, though I noticed it was addressed in a graceful hand to Captain Armstead, 12th Hussars, the general's old regiment. When the general read it, he went very pale. Then he asked me to admit the gentleman.
Tell me, when you finally got into the room from the garden, were the study doors still locked?
Yes.
I noticed that there is an 8-foot fence surrounding the garden, and that the only way into the garden or out of it is through the kitchen door or the study.
How terribly observant, Holmes.
Okay, so the person has to have jumped that fence, because he entered the garden through the kitchen, so he couldn't have gone out that way, and the study door was still locked, so he can't escape the garden from that way. So the only reason is that he climbed the fence, which means that there's absolutely no way that person would need a cane. Yeah, the diamond is probably a red herring. The more you think about it, the more it makes sense. However, it's a very interesting red herring, leading to more dead bodies. But Okay, so if we look away from the diamond, we need to discover information about his old regiment. And where to go for that? Where to go for that? I guess we could seek out the other people who were mentioned to be part of the lottery. They might be connected, but... Let's see, that was at least a Peter Dudley. Let's try Peter Dudley. Let's try one of these and see what we find. Taking the obvious and most likely course, Watton hails a cab and anticipating a visit at Peter Dudley, a Taunton ticket holder.
Now, what can I be doing for you, Governor? I'm working with Sherlock Holmes. We're looking into the unfortunate death of General Farnsworth Armstead.
Oh, of course. I've just come off a job I had. My apologies for not looking me usual spit-polished self.
Oh, don't bother. I hardly noticed.
Make yourself at home. I wish the missus were here to offer up some tea.
That's quite all right. I won't keep you long.
Heard about the general. Didn't know him, of course. Had no cause to wish him harm, tontine or no. But I've got to look at it philosophical-like. I'm the youngest now, so I've got the best chance of lasting the longest.
Okay, that's a complete waste of time. Where would I go to look into his military records? Where would I go? I mean, I guess we can just stop by the Scotland Yard and see if they know anything. It's never wrong to stop by the Scotland Yard. Let's see. Although talking with the start is tedious and the inspector is condescending, Holmes and Watson visit Scotland Yard anyway, hoping the man has done his due diligence in this case and can offer insight.
Do you people have nothing better to do with your time than to interfere in police matters? Well, don't bother with this one. We have the matter under control. I've compiled a list of suspects, which you may not see. I intend to ask each one for an alibi, and the suspect unable to supply one is our killer. Quite scientific, really. Now, off with you.
Wow. That made a visit to the other man seem quite useful. Scotland Yard was a complete waste. Let's see. Clearly now we have to solve this this case before them to put them back in their place. Let's see. Let's see. Where to go? Office of Records should have old clippings and things from that time, I'm sure. But O'Brien, that is the Office of Records. That is the Office of Records. To quickly go through it, it is Henry Ellis is Foreign News in London Times. Then you have Edward Hall, which is a barrister, which we can ask for information from there. Then you have Quinton Hogg, which is a crime reporter, who is a retired police officer, so we already visit him. Then you have Inspector Lestrade for the Scotland Yard. You have the London Library, where we can just find books and that sort of things, more information. Then you have Sir Jasper Meek, which is the Chief Medical Examiner. You have H.R. Murray, which is the head chemist and is also in charge of physical evidence. You have Disraeli O'Brien, which is the person who works at the Offices of Records and pretty much knows everything by heart. You have Langdale Pike, which is the news correspondent dealing with social scandals. You have Porky Shinwell, which is a reformed criminal currently barkeep at the CD Tavern. And then you have Somerset House, where we can go to find records for birth, deaths, wills, that sort of thing. So I guess what we could do is we could go there and see who will actually inherit now that the general is dead. Quick carriage ride takes Holmes and Watson to Somerset House. Certainly they will have information on the will of General Armstead.
Is there any mention of the Tontine Fund in the General's will?
None. It simply states that Farnsworth Armstead's entire estate is to be used to form the Armstead Foundation, an organization to be dedicated to the study of military history.
Okay, so there's no one that stands to inherit from him. So he was not killed for greed. That makes no sense. So it seems like the murder is somehow personal. Let's see. We could try Lord Fitch, his brother-in-law. The wife is dead. The wife's brother is still alive. So let's go and visit Malcolm Fitch. Vowing to leave no stone unturned, Holmes leaves Watson at 221 Baker Street and pays a visit to Malcolm Fitch.
I admit I strongly disliked Armstead. He was a cad who made my sister's life miserable. I argued at length with my father against the marriage, but to no avail.
But what was your sister's opinion at the time?
Well, unfortunately, Mary was not the attractive sort who had scores of suitors. My father was afraid she'd be left a spinster. The engagement was arranged just before Armstead went to France. During the year he was gone, I had him watched and discovered he was in the thick of some scandal involving a young French girl.
And you told your father?
Well, he wouldn't listen. I even went so far as to give the story to the newspapers. But my father got wind of it and used his influence to prevent its publication. I would have done anything to keep my sister away from that man.
Including murder?
Why, that's preposterous. Well, surely you don't think... I was scheduled to meet with Armstead today. But you see, my wife took ill. I spent the whole morning attending to her here until Dr. Ainstree arrived at around 11 o'clock.
Okay, so Malcolm Fitch has an alibi. However, he did say that news about the French woman was delivered to the newspapers, which means that the social scandal of Langdale Pike might know something about it. The Society Club is not a venture that Holmes and Watson frequent, let alone belong. However, the detectives know that Langdale Pike is aware of what goes on behind closed doors, perhaps more than anyone under the Queen's watch.
The good general married into a considerable fortune when he took Lord Finch's spinster daughter, Mary, off his hands. Mary's brother, the present Lord Fitch, was opposed to the marriage from the very beginning, and there was still considerable friction between him and the general. But through holdings which the general inherited from Mary, he and his former brother-in-law were in business together. Ah, The ironies of life, eh?
Why do you think Malcolm Fitch was so opposed to the marriage?
Well, I'm not sure, but it had something to do with the General's reputation with the ladies. Of course, this was before my time. Now, I'm not certain he can be of any help to you, but you might want to check with my illustrious predecessor, Mr. Lloyd Shoemaker.
I'll make a note of that.
You know, of course, the General wrote a book about art collectors and included some less than chivalrous details about how a few of them had come by their collections. One man, Carson Cabot, a gem collector, was quite incensed by being so named. In fact, he accosted Armstead and fractured the General's collarbone.
I understand that the General was going to include a chapter on the Polar Star diamond in his revised book. Would you happen to know if Cabot had anything to do with that particular gem?
Well, I can't be certain, but being the collector he is, I wouldn't be surprised if he didn't already have it in his possession.
Let's see. Shoemaker Lloyd. I have completely given up on points yet, so I'm just going down the different trails now. Holmes seems in a hurry as he ushers Watson out the door toward an encounter with the society columnist.
Langdale Pike told us you might be able to help us.
And how is Langdale these days? Has he lost his job? Or perhaps you're here to tell me that he's succumbing to some rare disease.
Oh, heavens no. You'll be happy to know he's in the very pink of health.
Oh, I'm sure you have no idea how that makes me feel.
Mr. Shoemaker, the reason we're here is to ask about General Farnsworth Armstead and the circumstances of his marriage to Mary Fitch. Have you any recollections that might help us?
Miss Mary Fitch. As I remember it, Lord Fitch was in a dither to marry off his daughter. Auction off might be more appropriate, actually.
And Armstead was the highest bidder?
Suffice it to say that despite a reputation as a randy dandy, Armstead's career prospects were bright, and that seemed to be enough of a recommendation for Lord Fitch. The girl's brother was very much against the match and did everything he could to break it up. Soon after the engagement was announced, Armstead went on a tour of duty in France, where he had an affair with a young French girl. She became pregnant with his child.
How positively scandalous.
Ooh. Pregnant with his child. Well, we won't be able to find much of news of that over here. So, I have a feeling that's gonna be a bit of a red herring too, but, We've already been to the French embassy, so we can't go there. Let's see, where could we go? We don't have a French contact beside the embassy directly. We do have Henry Ellis, which is Foreign Affairs and Foreign News. But I think he's the only one that could give us anything more there. You know, unless you want to just visit Madame Tussauds and hope that she sits on all the answers. Let's see. Because we've already been to Somerset House and they have no recollection of a birth certificate connected to him. Because then they would have mentioned it. And we were there for the will. So he was not aware of that. I mean, sure, we can stop by Henry Ellis and see if he has anything to say. Watson hails a carriage and he and Holmes process to the office of the London Times. Surely Ellis, as the editor of the Times, would have some interesting news regarding this case.
Ellis, my good man, what can you tell us about the Tontine story?
Time does take its toll, doesn't it? Back in 1865, the Times sponsored a 50th anniversary banquet. I'm quite sure I wasn't out of my pram, but I understand there were 204 survivors at the time. Now there are only 6. Pardon me, 5. Now that the poor general has been skewered.
Okay, completely unrelated to what we wanted to find out, but it brings us back to the lottery. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Where to go, where to go? Let's see. Let's see. So far we have the diamond trail, which went cold because of the visit to the Russian embassy and the valet, which we tried to find but couldn't find, and we're unsure how to progress. And it didn't seem like that diamond trail would be connected to the visit of the last person to see him alive, which is described as a small French elderly man. Let's see, what could we do? Did we go through? We didn't. We did not go through the physical evidence. Let's go through physical evidence. Maybe there's something there. Maybe some commentary on the scene of the crime that could give us any help. Let's see. While Holmes is busy elsewhere, he sends the good doctor to discuss the physical evidence at the scene of the crime with the criminologist.
I'm here regarding the Armstead case. I take it this is the saber he had in his hand at the time of his death?
Aye, indeed it is. A lovely thing to behold, isn't it? Unfortunately, it yielded very little evidence. The top half had traces of dust all along it, indicating it had been unused for quite some time. I did notice on the point a tiny amount of fresh blood. The general must have scratched his opponent. I'm sorry, Whitson. That's all the information to be gathered from this beautiful masterpiece. En garde!
That's Watson, sir. Watson.
What to do? Let's see. Is there anything else I can do with Lord Fitch? What did he say when we were there? There was makes no sense. Let's see. Let's go back to the French embassy and replay that clip and see if there's any new things there that can shed light on the case. Maybe I forgot something. Let's see.
Farney and I spent over a year quartered together in France in War College. We became the best of friends.
Did you know much of the General's personal life at the time?
He always put the rest of us to shame in the matters of love. Said it was because we had no horse face to spur us on.
Did the General have a passion for horses?
Mon Dieu, no. He was engaged to a terribly unattractive woman by the name of Mary Fitch. Behind her back, that's what he called her. Horseface.
How dreadful. Whatever became of her?
She eventually became Mrs. Armstead and brought her great fortune to the marriage. I believe that Farney looked upon his stay in France as his last great fling.
Are you saying that there was no particular woman at the time?
I did not say that. There was one, but I never met her. My little flower, he called her. I remember one night he could not sleep. He was slightly drunk, and he kept rambling on about promises that must be kept and promises that couldn't be. Finally, he collapsed on the bed with such sadness in his eyes I will never forget it. Ma Fleurette, he said.
How very touching.
Have you seen much of the General over the years?
We have always maintained our friendship through correspondence, until last week, that is. It was the first time we had seen each other in over 40 years. We had supper, and then went to see the French actor Philippe Arnaud perform. The General commented that my presence beside him while French was being spoken reminded him of the old days.
So your visit went well?
Exceedingly well.
Can you think of anything that might have been troubling him?
No, the General was in excellent spirits. He joked about the upcoming Tontine celebration at the Langham, and he was very enthusiastic about the new information concerning the Polar Star. In fact, this week he was supposed to meet with a countryman of mine about it. It is hard to believe that my good friend is gone.
There we got it. There we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. That's the clue I wanted. That's the thing I missed. I mean, slightly annoyed at myself because I wrote down his name and underlined it as a possible thing, and then I completely forgot about it. Where was it? News. Where do you perform? French theater group. I know it was in here. Let's see, June. Where is that French theater group? Entertainment. French Plays. Princess Theatre, French Plays, Soul Managed, second season of French Plays now and underway. The entire company, 40 in number of company appears at this theatre in 2 great success of the year. That seems to be the only one, so to the Princess Theatre we go. Because we are talking about someone who is able to portray an old man and yet jump a fence. That implies theater makeup. So to the Princess Theatre we go. Maybe on the T for theater. No. Was it on the P? Princess Theatre. It was there. Just didn't see it. Watson is absolutely giddy when Holmes agrees to a trip to the theatre would do them well. An operetta, perchance, may allow the mind to rest and strengthen our deductive reasoning.
But you must see Philippe perform. My nephew's an artist, a wonder. He manages to portray the Emperor Napoleon from age 19 until his last days on the island of Savernay. You would swear 5 different actors playing the part, but no, it is only Philippe aging before your eyes.
Oh yeah, it's Philippe.
At 48, he's the toast of the continent.
You seem rather young to be the uncle of a 48-year-old man.
I am but 8 years older than Philippe, though I can assure you I am his uncle. You might say that our family has a history of late arrivals. Philippe's father was 25 years older than myself, and Philippe's poor sister was 15 years older than he.
Why do you say poor?
She died many years ago under tragic circumstances. In fact, her mother was so upset over her daughter's death that she was put into an asylum. We received word yesterday from the asylum that she had also passed away. It upset Philippe very much, resurrecting old ghosts, as you might say. But we have been playing for enthusiastic audiences for several weeks. As we say in the business, the show must go on. And Philippe is a trooper. He would never allow it to affect his performance.
Can you tell us where Philippe Arnaud is this morning? We should like very much to meet him.
Well, he is not here now. Our company is staying at the Grand Hotel. However, I believe today he is visiting the National Gallery. But if you would come back this evening, I will have tickets awaiting, and after the show, you're welcome to come backstage and meet him.
Oh, it's him. It's so him. Because the military figure that was turned was Napoleon. He plays Napoleon in the theater. And I am pretty sure that Ma Fleurette is his sister. If he is 48, he is too old, I would think, to be the son. But he would be old enough to be the brother. With the sister that was 15 years older than him, that would pretty much match up, I think. Let's see, he was supposed to be at the National Gallery. Send it irregular. No, just send it. An admirer of fine art, Holmes need not be asked twice by the good doctor to take a detour to the National Gallery. I could use a muse for my inspiration, the detective surmises.
I can't believe we came all this way when there are more important things to pursue.
Indeed, Holmes. I don't know what got into us.
Oh, come on. Okay, so he wasn't there. And he probably isn't at the Grand Hotel either, but I want to know before I go and tell the judge. I want to know. Having stopped by Lestrade's on the way, the pair of detectives head over to the Grand Hotel to investigate further.
How fortunate that Inspector Lestrade authorized the hotel manager to allow us to search Philippe Arnaud's room.
Perhaps we can return the favor and solve a case for him someday. Today, for example. Let's look around.
How strange that a man who requires a cane would leave without it.
Perhaps he doesn't require it for walking.
Look here at the handle. Well, that could certainly give a fellow a start.
Precisely, Watson.
Oh,
Look
yeah,
here.
it's him.
It appears to be a letter.
It's so him.
Looks quite old. It's addressed to Captain Armstead, 12th Hussars. Shall I read it?
Please do.
Dearest, how I hated you for leaving me, but the child, our child, eased my heartache and muted the hate. Now my sweet baby is dead. How cruel that the innocent must suffer for the sins of others. Now I have nothing. Now I am nothing. I cannot bear the pain. Goodbye, I love you still, Fleurette. How tragic. Why, perhaps this is the very letter that the General read.
Good thinking, Watson.
Oh, well, I do believe that's enough to go see the judge. Holmes and Watson leave 221B Baker Street and hurry to the Queen's Court to present their case before the magistrate. Armed with information about the murder of General Armstead, the detectives cut a swat through the London fog and head to the Queen's Court, believing they have solved the case of the murdered Tontine ticket holder. Holmes and Watson hail a carriage and are whisked away to the Queen's Court.
No, gentlemen. You haven't done a thorough enough job of investigating yet.
What?
Do continue your sleuthing.
What? But I know who it is. I'm offended. offend the judge. I know who it is. I just don't know where to find them. Where to go? Where to go then? Where to go? Where to go? Where to go? Don't have all the evidence, but we kind of do though. I mean, we have the letter. We have found the man who was the last person to be seen there, who clearly killed him. And we found out who it is, we just haven't found him. We also know that his mother and is staying at the Grand Hotel. He's currently visiting the National Gallery. Wasn't that where we were though? Did I go to the wrong museum?
I can't believe...
No, that was the same thing. Need to prove the wound, but I have already. I've been to the coroner, who was very clear that it was through the saber, I think. But we can double check. It's been a while. Let's see, that was Sir Jasper. In an effort to determine the cause of death, Holmes sends Watson to discuss the passing of General Armstead.
Can you tell us what did him in, Sir Jasper?
A sword through the heart, a smart upward thrust.
So we have that. We have the cane. Armstead inflicted in the struggle. Did he inflict a wound in the struggle? Oh, the talk of blood in the dusty saber. Oh, that is true. He didn't mention anything about this actor having any wounds on him. I must have missed that. That was H. Murray, wasn't it? Let's go back. I must have missed
I'm
that
here
entirely.
regarding the Armstead case. I take it this is the saber he had in his hand at the time of his death?
Aye, indeed it is. A lovely thing to behold, isn't it? Unfortunately, it yielded very little evidence. The top half had traces of dust all along it, indicating it had been unused for quite some time. I did notice on the point a tiny amount of fresh blood. The general must have scratched his opponent. I'm sorry, Whitson. That's all the information to be gathered from this beautiful masterpiece.
Oh, it's just a scratch.
Watson, sir. Watson.
Okay, a scratch he could easily hide, so that wouldn't be a problem. But I have enough evidence. Why will the judge not allow me to even... but let's see. Do we have any hospitals? No. Anywhere he would go to seek medical treatment for that. Consumption hospital, that's one. Let's see if there are any else. Let's see. King's College Hospital. St. Bartholomew's Hospital. Okay, so there are 3 hospitals. So let's send irregulars. An irregular is summoned by Holmes and sent post-haste to meet with the medical examiner. Oh, that was just a general in. Oh, that was wasted then. Let's see, where was the other ones? Other hospitals there. King's College Hospital. Smedley, one of the more devious of the regulars, is sent to the hospital along with a few other lads to snoop around a bit and stuff. And he puts it so, as he puts it so eloquently. I wanted to look at Smedley's brain, so he bolted. Oh no! These irregulars do not seem to be doing much. I have yet to find any use for them. Let's see. Consumption Hospital. Only a few hands are raised when Watson asks for a volunteer to head to the hospital. I got several cuts, bandages while I was there, but there wasn't much going on in terms of murders. Okay. So that seemed to be a bust. Come on, I have... Oh, I have 300 points. How did that happen? Oh, how did that happen? I want to go and talk to you, Judge.
I'm sorry, Judge.
Oh. Let's see. Let's scour the papers. Let's see. There gotta be something here. Romans and a grand plan. Anita and Claire, no. No. Wellington's birthplace. Surely not. Fatal accident. No. Capture of a slaver, no. Strange event, no, that can't be it. Strange incident, scientific ground, no. New books. Adopting the sexual apply to the prospect of dramatic and burlesque training college. Fees low. That's not needed. We've already been to the scene of the crime, so that does nothing. If you've been in one place, it will never update. You just get everything served to you the first time. So you don't also lose more points when you go there again. Let's see. Where could it be? What am I missing? I mean, how is that not relevant anyway? We should definitely have seen something at the National Gallery. But it just stops us there. Just stops us there. Let's see. Funerals? No funerals. We're looking. I have no idea what I'm even looking for, but maybe someone impersonating someone else. Maybe someone who's something they don't seem like. That's the murder in Bloomsbury. Oh, come on. Give me something. Give me something, newspaper. The Polar Star, we already done that. Large and poisonous snakes, that wasn't relevant. New species of sheep. The performance at the Theatre Français this evening was disturbed by an occupant which resulted in the short of the 10 o'clock with electric wires. Like a cigarette took several sparks, so panic ensued. Neighborhood of the theatre. No, that's not it. Okay, let's see. Narcissist. Man found dead at theater. That's an usher finding an elaborate body was found. Mid-30s. Was apparently stabbed to death. He was 48, so he wouldn't be in his mid-30s, so that's not him, and also it would be impossible because the death was after this. Let's see. Let's go back to the theater. Back to the theater. Where was the theater? I don't have a time limit, I just have points. For every place I visit, the more points I gain. So you want to do it in as few points as possible. However, I'm trying not to pay too much attention to the point system because it holds you back so much that you don't start investigating things that could potentially be fun and entertaining. So I have to find a fine balance with caring about the points as to not just start clicking through every person in the registry, but at the same time allowing myself to go and speak and follow different red herrings if I want to. I still want to go to the National Gallery, darn it. Darn it, Sherlock, why won't you let me? It could have been a fun time for all. Princess Theatre, let's just double check there. Maybe we missed something.
Oh, but you must see Philippe perform. My nephew's an artist, a wonder. He manages to portray the Emperor Napoleon from age 19 until his last days on the island of Savané. You would swear 5 different actors playing the part, but no, it is only Philippe aging before your eyes. At 48, he's the toast of the continent.
You seem rather young to be the uncle of a 48-year-old man.
I am but 8 years older than Philippe, though I can assure you I am his uncle. You might say that our family has a history of late arrivals. Philippe's father was 25 years older than myself, and Philippe's poor sister was 15 years older than he.
Why do you say poor?
She died many years ago under tragic circumstances. In fact, her mother was so upset over her daughter's death that she was put into an asylum. We received word yesterday from the asylum that she had also passed away. It upset Philippe very much, resurrecting old ghosts, as you might say. But we have been playing for enthusiastic audiences for several weeks. As we say in the business, the show must go on. And Philippe is a trooper. He would never allow it to affect his performance.
Can you tell us where Philippe Arnaud is this morning? We should like very much to meet him.
Well, he is not here now. Our company is staying at the Grand Hotel. However, I believe today he is visiting the National Gallery. But if you would come back this evening, I will have tickets awaiting, and after the show, you're welcome to come backstage and meet him.
Okay. Let's see. What am I missing? What am I missing? Okay, let's go back to the notebook. We visited a lot of places. There's nothing about that. St. Bart's, Sword Thrust. David Sennett recounts the fact of John's death to the two detectives. These include a turned military. Carpetbag who killed the general. Okay, so we have visited him. Let's see. French embassy we visited. Yeah, like everything points towards the gallery, but we don't get to go there. Okay, let's go back to the Grand Hotel where he was.
How fortunate that Inspector Lestrade authorized the hotel manager to allow us to search Philippe Arnaud's room.
Perhaps we can return the favor and solve a case for him someday. Today, for example. Let's look around.
How strange that a man who requires a cane would leave without it.
Perhaps he doesn't require it for walking.
Look here at the handle. Well, that could certainly give a fellow a start.
Precisely, Watson. Look here. It appears to be a letter.
Looks quite old. It's addressed to Captain Armstead, 12th Hussars. Shall I read it?
Please do.
Dearest, how I hated you for leaving me, but the child, our child, eased my heartache and muted the hate. Now my sweet baby is dead. How cruel that the innocent must suffer for the sins of others. Now I have nothing. Now I am nothing. I cannot bear the pain. Goodbye, I love you still, Fleurette. How tragic. Why, perhaps this is the very letter that the General read.
Good thinking, Watson.
Are you sure, Judge?
I'm sorry, gentlemen.
But I have everything. I have absolutely everything. Don't I? Wait a second. Let's look at the notebook again. Okay, David Sennett recounts the facts of General's death. This includes the turned military figure painted. That was the butler. Could I go see the butler again? Because last time I went to there, could I technically go and see him again? Could that be a thing? So for first an account from Mr. Sennett.
I found the
No, we
general
already
leaning
watched
over
this.
the display case. He had his saber in hand, the one that usually resides above the fireplace.
I understand he was a collector of military figures.
Yes, the display in the study shows the last great British charge that swept the French from Waterloo.
Is there any significance to the fact that the figure of Napoleon is facing backward?
How strange. Perhaps I should go and set it straight.
No, don't touch it. Not until the police have concluded their investigation.
Oh, yes, of course.
I also noticed the portrait over the display case.
The late Mrs. Armstead.
Do I detect a note of hostility?
I must admit we did not get on very well. But I might say that Mrs. Armstead did not get on very well with anyone, including the general.
You mean they didn't marry for love?
Hardly. Lord Fitch, Mrs. Armstead's father, arranged the match. Her dowry was very generous. Lord Fitch would have paid any amount to ensure that he would not be left with a spinster daughter, especially such a nasty one.
If there was no love lost between them, why did he keep her portrait in his study?
Actually, it was put up there to needle Mrs. Armstead's brother, the present Lord Fitch. He never approved of the marriage. Even after her death, they were involved with mutual business affairs. They jointly owned stock or some such thing.
Tell me, do you know what the general was doing at the time the intruder arrived?
Yes, he was working on the new section of his book. The part that concerns the gem, the Polar Star. It was very interesting, really. It traces the ownership of the gem to the brother of Napoleon, to the Russian Count Rostov. Unfortunately, the gem was stolen from the Count 3 years ago. As a matter of fact, the general just received a letter from a Pierre Montan, who said that he was willing to divulge the name of the present owner of the gem for the agreed-upon fee.
Do you know where Mr. Montan might be found?
I believe he's staying at the Bridge House Hotel.
Did the general have any encounters with anyone out of the ordinary in the past several days?
Not really. An old friend of his has been in town, Jean-Paul Gerard. Neither the general nor I have seen him in 40 years. In fact, they were going to meet this afternoon at the French embassy.
I'm obviously curious about the general's last visitor. Could you describe him, please?
He was an old man, a rather short fellow. He walked with a cane and carried a carpetbag.
Did he give a name?
No. He simply wanted to see the general, and he handed me a letter to take in to him.
Did you read it?
No. It was in an envelope, rather yellowed with age, though I noticed it was addressed in a graceful hand to Captain Armstead, 12th Hussars, the general's old regiment. When the general read it, he went very pale. Then he asked me to admit the gentleman.
Tell me, when you finally got into the room from the garden, were the study doors still locked?
Yes.
I noticed that there is an 8-foot fence surrounding the garden, and that the only way into the garden or out of it is through the kitchen door or the study.
How terribly observant, Holmes.
Wait. Oh, you're kidding me. Oh, you're kidding me. I mean, I should expect this. I should expect this with the old FMV games. They are so peculiar sometimes. So, the thing is, you spend points whenever you go visit someone new. Now, I chose to go to the general, in the directory, to the General Armstead's address to see the scene of the crime. I did not choose to go and visit the butler whose name were given when we went to solve the case. Therefore, it only registered that I had been to the general, not to the butler. It has now gone up with another 10 points, as if I went to see a completely new person And I swear, if the judge now lets us do it, then that's a very finicky game. Because that means that the game keeps track of where you go, and you have to go see the butler. And that counts. And it doesn't count if you go to the general and get the exact same information. So let's see how finicky this game is.
I'm sorry,
Okay,
gentlemen,
good.
but
That
it
wasn't
seems
that.
you will have to
Oh,
turn
thank
up
goodness.
a clue or two more before I'll judge this case.
Okay, so it wasn't that. Good, good. Oh, that's a relief. But it did go up. And he did give us something else. But then I am stumped again. Damn. Then I am stumped again. Because I've been through them all. I am sure I have everything I need. I am absolutely confident that I have everything I need to solve this case. Okay, how about this game? I will run through the event of the time of how I would do this, and we'll see if you just have a major finicky thing. Because I would then go with Davidsonette, send a detective there. I'll skip everything, so we just go there. And then from there we would go to let's see, then we would go to the French embassy, which we have been.
Farmer and I spent over a year quartered together in France in War College.
So we've been there. From there we would know that he had been to the play. We would check the newspapers. And would therefore go to, where's the acting troupe? The Princess Theatre. Showcase Splendid, open daily. So we would send a detective there. That's when we would know about Philip and Philip's thing. We would know that he then stays at the hotel. So we would then go to the hotel. Grand Hotel, send a detective.
How fortunate that Inspector Lestrade authorized the hotel manager to allow us to search Philippe Arnaud's room.
And then we would have solved it. I can't understand what else would be needed. And it didn't go up anything, so there's nothing different. Come on, Judge, just let me answer.
I'm sorry.
Just let me answer your questions. That's everything I would need when I can't go to the National Gallery. Everything points to the National Gallery. Let's see. Come on, game, I have everything I need. The Bridge House Hotel. The Bridge House Hotel I was visiting earlier because that was where, which one of them was staying there? I believe that is where Martin was staying. I believe that is where the other murder happened.
How in the world did you hear about it so soon, Mr. Holmes? The body's still warm. Couldn't have happened more than 10 minutes ago.
Body? What body?
Well, the one what's upstairs in 203.
We're here for something else, actually. Looking for Pierre Martin.
Well, that's the very fellow what was done in.
Well, tell me, young man, do you know what transpired?
Well, Mr. Martin checked into the hotel on the 8th. He was a Frenchman. I didn't speak to him much.
Who discovered the body?
I did. Well, I came along to his room to deliver a wire. Here it is, sir.
Information still valuable. See me, Wells, Osborne, Norgate and Company, publishers.
Tell me, did you see anyone suspicious hanging about?
No. No, sir. Well, actually, now that I think about it, there was a rather large man with a foreign accent, Russian, I think. He said that he wasn't sure about the address and that he'd only just arrived in London. He asked for Mr. Matin, and I sent him straight up. Well, he was rather well-spoken and well-mannered. I didn't think anything of it at the time. A few minutes later, he came down. He was practically running. I saw him go out the front door and hail a cab.
Was there anything amiss in the room?
I'll say. An inkwell was toppled on its side, left an awful mess on the carpet. Big blue spots and inky footprints right the way to the door. The manager will be in a fret when he sees it. Fortunately, there was no blood.
Perhaps he was strangled.
Where to go? Where to go? Yeah, that is related to the diamond, not the murderer. I am absolutely stumped. Absolutely stumped. Let's see, what was his name? Pierre? No, Philip. No. So he's there. So let's just try and send the detective directly to him. Although the hour seems late, intrepid Pierre heads up with purpose.
I've rung the bell a half-dozen times and no one has come to the door.
Really, Watson? Next time I would appreciate it if you would thoroughly research your leads before you ask me to come along.
Okay, so that's a botched. That's absolutely botched. Gee. Yeah, you go up. You go up with all the points. Okay, I'm gonna have to, I'm gonna have to use a hint here. Because I can't see. I can't see how we're supposed to progress. And hopefully it actually gives me anything. Oh, really? That... I've already done that? Minus 5 points for something I've already done. Huh. That's not good. Okay, in that case, I am gonna have to turn to chats. Because I don't want to potentially spoil anything for myself, and I definitely don't want to accidentally see anything about the 2 other games that we were playing today. But could someone please look up a walkthrough to this case, which is the case of the Tin Soldier, and just see if I'm missing something completely obvious, because at this point it's really gonna bother me. So if someone would be kind, and if I'm missing something, then please don't tell me directly what I'm missing, but just check if I'm actually missing something fairly obvious that I should be doing, because I can't imagine what more we need. We've checked the scene of the crime. We know who did it. We know the motive. We know where he is likely to be, considering he is supposed to perform. So what more could a judge possibly want from us? We know why he did it. We know that the murder victim turned a military figure to give a clue as he was playing Napoleon. let's see. Holmes was in the Langham Hotel. Yeah, that's fine. A sword. That is what caused the death. So we have confirmed that. And we know then that the death happened. Regulars visit the French embassy, turned up the odd piece of information of Horseface. We have done that. We have visited the French embassy to follow up on that. Then we went to the Russian embassy. We did that bit. Okay, so according to what you found, I should have everything. In which case, it is probably a bit of a bug, which means I'm permanently stuck. So that's fun. Don't do this to me, game. I just wanna solve a mystery. I just want to solve the mystery. Huh. The regular visits in chess practice and sword dress color general. Yeah, we done that. Okay, but if I'm supposed to have everything, I'm not allowed to see the judge.
No, gentlemen. You haven't done a thorough enough job of investigating yet. Do continue your sleuthing.
What am I to do? What am I to do? There's something there. Come on, Judge, just let me...
No, gentlemen.
You won't let me talk to you. Okay, just for fun, I am gonna try to begin a new game. I'm gonna do just the stops that I think are necessary. Oh, and there you posted in the chat. Yeah, David said we went to Grand Hotel, Princess Theater, French Embassy. Okay, let's try doing a new game and only visit those places, because we've been to all of them, and see if the judge will do. And for those of you who joined later, now you get to see the intro. So it's a bonus for everyone. Inspector Smythe is greeted at the door of 221 B. Baker Street by Holmes' housekeeper, Mrs. Hudson. The consulting detective and the good doctor bid him enter. After foregoing a cup of tea, the inspector sits heavily in a sitting chair and looks to the men with anticipation.
May we be of some assistance, Inspector Smythe?
General Farnsworth Armstead, one of the 6 surviving Waterloo Tontine ticket holders, has been murdered.
Waterloo Tontine?
The Waterloo Tontine was a lottery of sorts, Watson. It was set up in 1815 to aid the veterans of the Battle of Waterloo. Wellington's victory over Napoleon.
Yes, of course, I knew that.
Quite an ingenious plan on the part of the founders. £1 bought a ticket in the name of some young relative. The ticket proceeds amounted to over £1 million. Half went immediately to veterans and their families for medical and hardship expenses.
What became of the other half?
It all went into an account at the Bank of England, where it's been collecting interest all these years.
Very clever. And how does one win this prize?
Simply by outliving all the other ticket holders.
And now you say one of them has been murdered. Very suspicious. Who are the remaining 5?
The oldest is Captain Robert Jurgens, age 82. Then there are Anita and Claire Thomas, who are 80-year-old twins. William Rowland is 79, and Peter Dudley is 77. Poor General Armstead was the youngest at 74.
Seems as if he would have had the best chance to outlive the others.
I recall reading something in the Times about a big to-do involving the Tontine survivors on the 18th.
That's correct. The Waterloo anniversary banquet at the Langham Hotel.
Why is the name Armstead familiar?
He was a noted art collector, I believe. He also authored a well-known book, Treasures of the Conquerors.
Quite right. At the time of his death, General Armstead was working on a revised edition for his publisher, Norgate and Company. It was to contain an entirely new chapter on a fabulous diamond called the Polar Star, which at one point belonged to Joseph Bonaparte, Napoleon's brother. The general had new information which traced the gem to its present owner.
Tell me about the circumstances of General Armstead's death.
Oh, yes, of course. Well, let me see. At 10 o'clock this morning, the general's valet, David Sennett, admitted a caller to the general's study. Sennett says he did not know the man. He was elderly and spoke with a French accent. Sennett told him the general never saw anyone in the morning while he was at work. The gentleman insisted that if Armstead read the letter he had with him, he would make an exception. And so it was. Sennett took the letter in, Armstead read it, and went quite pale. He told Sennett to let the gentleman in. Sensing something amiss, Sennett dawdled in the area of the study for the next 15 minutes or so. Then he heard the distinct sound of swordplay. He tried to enter the study, but found the door locked. Then he heard the crash of breaking glass. He raced to the kitchen and out the back door to enter the study from the garden. By the time he got there, the caller had vanished, and the general was leaning heavily against a shattered display case of military miniatures. Before Sennett could assist him, he dropped a saber from his hand and fell over dead.
And I take it the letter, which so upset the general, was nowhere to be found.
Correct, Mr. Holmes.
Well, we shall put our brains and our feet to the task.
There we go. That was the beginning of that. And hello everyone that dropped in from Baron One Pin's stream. I am assuming that means that he finished his FMV game. I'm gonna have to catch the replay of that later. And I'm assuming it meant he actually persevered through the entire thing. Which, by all means, well done. Now, let's see if we can manage to get through this. I have already been playing this game for 2 hours and 28 minutes. However, for some reason I'm not allowed to appear off the judge, even though in every single way it seems we have completely solved the mystery. So I have opened up a new game and I'm gonna input the pieces that I think are relevant for it. And we're gonna see if we get to go by the judge. So you're just pretty much coming in just in time to get the solution to this one, and then I will be moving on to the next game in the series afterwards. So let's see. We go to there, then we go and talk to the butler to get his accounts of everything. The air feels heavy as Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson travel in silence to the scene of the crime in search for a first-hand account from Mr. Sennett.
I found the general leaning over the display case. He had his saber in hand, the one that usually resides above the fireplace.
I understand he was a collector of military figures.
Yes, the display in the study shows the last great British charge that swept the French from Waterloo.
Is there any significance to the fact that the figure of Napoleon is facing backward?
How strange. Perhaps I should go and set it straight.
No, don't touch it.
Not until the police have concluded their investigation.
Oh, yes, yes, of course, of course.
I also noticed the portrait over the display case.
The late Mrs. Armstead.
Do I detect a note of hostility?
I must admit we did not get on very well. But I might say that Mrs. Armstead did not get on very well with anyone, including the General.
You mean they didn't marry for love?
Hardly. Lord Fitch, Mrs. Armstead's father, arranged the match. Her dowry was very generous. Lord Fitch would have paid any amount to ensure that he would not be left with a spinster daughter, especially such a nasty one.
If there was no love lost between them, why did he keep her portrait in his study?
Actually, it was put up there to needle Mrs. Armstead's brother, the present Lord Fitch. He never approved of the marriage. Even after her death, they were involved with mutual business affairs. They jointly owned stock or some such thing.
Tell me, do you know what the General was doing at the time the intruder arrived?
Yes, he was working on the new section of his book. The part that concerns the gem, the Polar Star. It was very interesting, really. It traces the ownership of the gem to the brother of Napoleon, to the Russian Count Rostov. Unfortunately, the gem was stolen from the Count 3 years ago. As a matter of fact, the General just received a letter from a Pierre Montan, who said that he was willing to divulge the name of the present owner of the gem for the agreed-upon fee.
Do you know where Mr. Montan might be found?
I believe he's staying at the Bridge House Hotel.
Did the General have any encounters with anyone out of the ordinary in the past several days?
Not really. An old friend of his has been in town, Jean-Paul Girard. Neither the General nor I have seen him in 40 years. In fact, they were going to meet this afternoon at the French embassy.
I'm obviously curious about the General's last visitor. Could you describe him, please?
He was an old man, a rather short fellow. He walked with a cane and carried a carpetbag.
Did he give a name?
No. He simply wanted to see the General, and he handed me a letter to take into him.
Did you read it?
No. It was in an envelope, rather yellowed with age, though I noticed it was addressed in a graceful hand to Captain Armstead, 12th Hussars, the General's old regiment. When the General read it, he went very pale. Then he asked me to admit the gentleman.
Tell me, when you finally got into the room from the garden, were the study doors still locked?
Yes.
I noticed that there is an 8-foot fence surrounding the garden, and that the only way into the garden or out of it is through the kitchen door or the study.
How terribly observant, Holmes.
There we go. That's that clue. And then we would follow up by going to the French embassy, where we had supposed to be, well, the murder victim had an appointment with an old friend. Holmes agrees that a trip to the French embassy must provide some value to the investigation. He grabs a hat and a full pipe and follows the good doctor out the door.
Farney and I spent over a year quartered together in France in War College. We became the best of friends.
Did you know much of the General's personal life at the time?
He always put the rest of us to shame in the matters of love. Said it was because we had no horse face to spur us on.
Did the General have a passion for horses?
Mon Dieu, no. He was engaged to a terribly unattractive woman by the name of Mary Fitch. Behind her back, that's what he called her. Horseface.
How dreadful. Whatever became of her?
She eventually became Mrs. Armstead and brought her great fortune to the marriage. I believe that Farney looked upon his stay in France as his last great fling.
Are you saying that there was no particular woman at the time?
I did not say that. There was one, but I never met her. My little flower, he called her. I remember one night he could not sleep. He was slightly drunk, and he kept rambling on about promises that must be kept and promises that couldn't be. Finally, he collapsed on the bed with such sadness in his eyes I will never forget it. Ma Fleurette, he said.
How very touching.
Have you seen much of the General over the years?
We have always maintained our friendship through correspondence, until last week, that is. It was the first time we had seen each other in over 40 years. We had supper, and then went to see the French actor Philippe Arnaud perform. The general commented that my presence beside him while French was being spoken reminded him of the old days.
So your visit went well?
Exceedingly well.
Can you think of anything that might have been troubling him?
No, the general was in excellent spirits. He joked about the upcoming Tontine celebration at the Langham, and he was very enthusiastic about the new information concerning the polar star. In fact, this week he was supposed to meet with a countryman of mine about it. It is hard to believe that my good friend is gone.
Okay. And then we would have gone to the newspaper, found out which theater the French troupe was at, which I have now already forgotten. It was the Princess Theater. Gone there. Watson absolutely giddy when Holmes agrees a trip to the theater would do them well. An operetta, perchance, may allow the mind to rest and strengthen how deductive reasoning.
Ah, but you must see Philippe perform. My nephew's an artist, a wonder. He manages to portray the Emperor Napoleon from age 19 until his last days on the island of Saint-René. You would swear 5 different actors playing the part, but no, it is only Philippe aging before your eyes. At 48, he's the toast of the continent.
You seem rather young to be the uncle of a 48-year-old man.
I am but 8 years older than Philippe, though I can assure you I am his uncle. You might say that our family has a history of late arrivals. Philippe's father was 25 years older than myself, and Philippe's poor sister was 15 years older than he.
Why do you say poor?
She died many years ago under tragic circumstances. In fact, her mother was so upset over her daughter's death that she was put into an asylum. We received word yesterday from the asylum that she had also passed away. It upset Philippe very much, resurrecting old ghosts, as you might say. But we have been playing for enthusiastic audiences for several weeks. As we say in the business, the show must go on. And Philippe is a trooper. He would never allow it to affect his performance.
Can you tell us where Philippe Arnaud is this morning? We should like very much to meet him.
Well, he is not here now. Our company is staying at the Grand Hotel. However, I believe today he is visiting the National Gallery. But if you would come back this evening, I will have tickets awaiting, and after the show, you're welcome to come backstage and meet him.
Okay, that's that. Then we would go and find the Grand Hotel. Having stopped by Lestrade's on the way, the pair of detectives head over to the Grand Hotel to investigate further.
How fortunate that Inspector Lestrade authorized the hotel manager to allow us to search Philippe Arnaud's room.
Perhaps we can return the favor and solve a case for him someday. Today, for example. Let's look around.
How strange that a man who requires a cane would leave without it.
Perhaps he doesn't require it for walking.
Look here at the handle. Well, that could certainly give a fellow a start.
Precisely, Watson. Look here. It appears to be a letter.
Looks quite old. It's addressed to Captain Armstead, 12th Hussars. Shall I read it?
Please do.
Dearest, how I hated you for leaving me, but the child, our child, eased my heartache and muted the hate. Now my sweet baby is dead. How cruel that the innocent must suffer for the sins of others. Now I have nothing. Now I am nothing. I cannot bear the pain. Goodbye, I love you still, Fleurette. How tragic. Why, perhaps this is the very letter that the General read.
Good thinking, Watson.
Okay, and that should have allowed us to see the judge. Everything implies that that would be enough to see the judge.
Hear ye,
okay,
hear ye.
now it...
The Queen's Court now stands in order.
Okay, for those of you who didn't join in, well, who just joined in, we did all of those places, and so many more, and the judge refused to let us answer the questions. That is why we went over now to a new game, did only those, and apparently got through. Oh no, this is too smooth. There aren't enough pixels. Also, you probably should go to bed. You've been playing that game for ages now.
Hear ye, hear ye. The Queen's Court now stands in order.
Okay. Can I now answer the questions?
I see we have the pleasure of your company, Mr. Holmes. I understand you've been investigating the murder of General Farnsworth Armstead.
That's correct, my lord, and I believe I have solved the case.
Do you now? Well then, tell me, who murdered the general?
Okay, the person who murdered the general was, Philippe Arnaud.
A brilliantly logical deduction, Mr. Holmes.
Thank you, my lord.
Now tell us, why was the general killed?
Well, it was to avenge the honor of Arnaud's sister.
Now, tell me, gentlemen, what was the general trying to say when he turned round the figure of Napoleon?
Let's see, he wasn't... Let's see... his murderer was the actor who portrayed Napoleon, Philippe Arnaud.
Rather clever of the old boy, what?
Indubitably. A man who keeps his wits about him to the last has my undying admiration.
I was wondering, just for the record, could you tell us what the general used to call his wife?
And that was Horseface.
That is extraordinary sleuthing. Why, I do believe you may have matched Mr. Sherlock Holmes' solution. A remarkable feat indeed.
Sure, I'll take that. It's not like I've spent ages doing the exact same thing and visiting everyone else. No.
An extremely difficult case, and your score is absolutely perfect. I'm quite sure we could not have done any better.
Yeah, this is definitely my original score. Not the 300 and what on the other game? No. This is everything. I talked with Mr. Holmes about the General Armstead affair. Poor bloke. As far as clue points go, here's how you did. You can listen to Mr. Holmes did it and try again and see if you can do better. Yeah, no, that was definitely it. Let's see. I am then just gonna swap to the next game in this series, and hopefully it will not have the bug that the judge won't see us, and hopefully everything will run smoothly and we can run down all the red herrings that we want. So hang tight while I swap the game. There. Get that up. Settings, take that down, and full screen and subtitles. There we go. And then over here to change the game capture. Let's see. And there, you should be back. Everyone should now be able to see the new game, The Case of the Mystified Murderess. How is sound on this one? I turned it a little bit down, just as I did with the other game before I started. So if someone could just let me know, that'd be great. Or if it is too loud. Seems to be good. Excellent. Now, since most of you weren't around when we started the first one, I will be once more playing Holmes' introduction, which is basically Holmes telling us how this thing works.
London is not a beautiful city. Under the soot that covers its buildings is a teeming mass of 4 million souls trying to survive, mostly off of each other. You see it in the paper every day. Thankfully, we have the London Times to keep us informed of all these troubling activities with an unbiased eye and razor-sharp accuracy. We find this publication to be of invaluable assistance in our investigations, and I'm sure you will as well. Among the forces of evil which run rampant in this city, there are also, thankfully, 2 groups of individuals who will aid us in our cause. As we do, they attempt to right wrongs and restore harmony and civility to the streets of London. The first of these groups is a ragtag association of young ruffians. I call them the Baker Street Irregulars. Don't let them fool you. They may be scruffy and ill-bred, but they are on the right side of the law. They can go everywhere, see everything, and overhear everyone. They are my eyes and ears in the streets of London, unquestionably a tremendous asset in our work. They will help us in our investigations if they can. The other group is a far more civilized collection of gentlemen and institutions. I call them the Baker Street Regulars. They, too, will be extremely useful in our work. At the start of any investigation, do keep in mind that it is a capital mistake to theorize before one has data. Unwittingly, one begins to twist facts to suit theories instead of theories to suit facts. The people and places to whom I will now introduce you will help us to collect the facts. May we use them wisely. Come, the game's afoot.
Are you afraid Sherlock will figure out all of your secrets? Rick, but not John. Okay. So you have your sleuthing tools and you have about the regulars. I'm not gonna go through those again. It's fairly simple, and we'll get to see most of them as we play the game anyway. And we will begin a new game. Within the sitting room at 221B Baker Street, Dr. John Watson recounts the daily news for Holmes as the great detective listens, hoping the Times contains a case worthy of his sleuthing skills.
Society burglar strikes again. Series of burglaries. 6 over the period from June 2nd to June 17th. On July 2nd, the 7th occurred at the home of Sir Sanford Leeds. Cleopatra tiara stolen, it says. As in the other cases, no sign of extensive search by the thief, and only 1 piece of jewelry involved. Victims elsewhere at the time. Here's a complete list of the particulars, Holmes, if you'd care to read it.
I believe you'll find him in the study.
How do you do, gentlemen? I am Gerald Locke.
Please be seated, Mr. Locke. How can we be of service?
3 days ago, Guy Clarendon was found murdered at Halliday's. It's preposterous, but Miss Frances Nolan has been charged and is being detained at the criminal court, Old Bailey.
Frances Nolan? Ah, yes. Sister of Loretta Nolan. Only surviving heirs of Sir Malcolm Nolan, founder of the Aberdeen Navigation Company.
I seem to recall that Sir Malcolm and Lady Nolan were killed when some lunatic threw a bomb into their carriage. Seems to me that later I heard something about it being a case of mistaken identity. Wasn't one of their little offspring in the carriage with them at the time?
Yes, it was Loretta, Frances's sister. She was only 4. Miraculously, she was uninjured.
Mr. Locke, I've heard that you are a suitor for Miss Frances Nolan's hand, are you not?
Yes.
And was it not also true that she was being courted by Guy Clarendon?
Unfortunately, yes.
Have you any idea why Frances Nolan was charged with the crime?
Well, she was discovered over the body with a pistol in her hand.
That would do it.
But you don't understand. Francis is totally incapable of murder. Not even of a scoundrel such as Guy Clarendon.
Scoundrel? But he's from such blue blood. Also, if I'm not mistaken, he's an accomplished batsman for the West London Cricketers. A ranked fencer in international competition.
He was also a bit of a bounder, Watson.
What an understatement. Guy Clarendon was excessively fond of cards and strong drink. His father had all but disinherited him. I tried to tell Frances that Clarendon was no good, but to no avail. And now look at the mess she's in. Will you help?
Most certainly.
But how could he be a scoundrel? He has such blue blood, and he plays cricket. Surely he's the most innocent and well-bred man. Okay, let's see. So I got some names out of that. Probably didn't get everything that I needed. So he is shot by her. Let's see, let's scour the newspapers. Let's scour the newspaper for clues. Jack the Ripper. Whitechapel visited again by Jack the Ripper. Huh. That doesn't seem like it's gonna be related to our case. Let's see, we're looking for Guy Clarendon or Francis or Loretta. Like the accident where everyone died should definitely be mentioned here somewhere. Let's see. Oh, the Royal Italian Circus is in town. Well, isn't that interesting? We can see Hercules and the India Rubber Man. Okay. There's a Japanese village. Let's see. Sporting. Second-hand sporting guns. No, that doesn't seem to be relevant. Mountain climbing equipment index. Cricket. Equipment all makes and uses. Well, we might go back to cricket. Simfield and Sons. Life is like a beanstalk. No, that doesn't seem interesting. Let's see. Venezuelan treaty ratified. That's fine. To reform the House of Lords. That shouldn't be relevant to this case. Society burglar still at large. That was the other case that they were talking about. Victim with last Lady Leeds. Loss of her pricey hour. She has been hospitalized. Oh dear. Well, we'll see if that case will connect with ours eventually. Though I have a feeling that's gonna be a red herring. R. Ransford promised on me honor to communicate in June. Why find me out to torture me thus? Trusting you as you asked, I haven't made engagements I cannot fulfill. Mind and body, I'm seriously ill, so I deserve all this from you. Anyway, tell me the worst. Suspense is torture and not like you. Well, we don't have a Ransford, so... Lions Murden and Hyde Park, hardly relevant. Glasgow. Pig Iron Warrant Market closed. Oh no! Oh no, the Pig Iron Warrant Market closed at an all-time high today with pricing reaching 55 shillings. Wow. Also probably not relevant. Statement that the council has been held at the Vatican on Irish affair is not credited in well-informed quarters here. Come on, newspaper, don't fail me like this, London Times. Surely you have something for me. More about the burglars. An ad for the Royal Albert Asylum. I'll pass. Thank you very much. Oh, but we're getting a new volume of Shakespeare. Oh. Let's see. Did we miss Ottawa news? Aw. Fine. Since June 28, the British government has requested Dominion government to take no action until a settlement has been arrived regarding the sealing claim of the United States. It is stated that several maritime powers have been invited to take part in the settlement support the contention of the British government that the Bering Sea is not a closed sea. It's also stated that claims for damages through the seizure of British sealers by United States cruisers will also be submitted to arbitration when the question of jurisdiction is taken up. So yes, the fight of who gets to hunt the seals in Ottawa is clearly gonna be the thing that busts this case right open, and Baron will get all the credit for spotting that in the newspaper. Let's see, we have a lion tamer going on in the Wild African Extravaganza. Oh, a complete list of all the jewels that has been taken in the Society Burglar. Now reaches £14,000. Huh. It's really throwing this this burglar case at us very hard, which makes me really not think that it has anything to do with this. But it's in every single newspaper. Working Men's Vigilance Committee. In yesterday's paper, we mistakenly reported Rose Saxon has died. She's alive and well. Our apologies. Huh. Let's see. Growing weaker. Port of London clash. Body of Robert Pryor, one of the 3 unfortunate deaths in a severe storm. That shouldn't be anything. More jewels stolen. Someone was killed by lightning. That should not be relevant. And Little Egypt makes a hit. Let's see. Last hope for any news here. Let's see. We had some birds. That shouldn't be too interesting. Special license. Frederick John Ingleby was married to Annie May. That's not it. That's the British legislation inflammation of the lungs. No. This is not what I wanted. Kobe's a funeral. More about necklaces and things being stolen. But carpets. We could go and buy carpets. Let's ignore everything else. The handsomest ladies of London drink Dunder tea because it removes blemishes from the skin by purifying the blood and regulating the system. A solid thing for ad for Dunder tea right there. Oh, and the prelude to the Ottawa incident with the seals, where British government has to now protect British sealing vessels. In Italy and Zanzibar. Cholera. Cholera returns. There's been a fatal fire in New York. And more burglaries. Nothing about anything here. Well, that's curious. That's curious. Well, let's see. Can we then go to Guy Clarendon's house, which should be the scene of the crime? I'm assuming he died there. If he didn't, then let's see. Batman rank professional. I think it was found there. So let's try. Despite the hour, the pair realizes that they would be remiss not to visit the home of Guy Clarendon in search of information.
I question why we have come to this location. If clues are what we are seeking, then we are in the wrong place altogether.
Okay, that's completely on me for missing where he was murdered. I would assume that would be it. I also like the fact that that got me the achievement on the right track. So, well done there, game. Let's see. Okay, let's start with the coroner then. The coroner should be able to tell me something, surely. Holmes and Watson take a carriage to see Sir Jasper, armed with several compelling questions for the medical examiner about Guy Clarendon's murder.
You're quite sure the murder weapon was a small caliber pistol?
Quite. I'd also wager to say he'd been shot at very close range.
Ghastly.
Tell us, Sir Jasper, at what time did you receive the body?
Around 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
And how much time would you judge to have elapsed from the time of the murder?
Well, it's always difficult to be precise in these matters, but I'd venture to say he'd been dead anywhere from 4 to 10 hours.
4 to 10 hours, okay. That's interesting. So he's been dead for 4 to 10 hours. Let's see. You know what? He was so pleasant in our last investigation, so let's go and visit Inspector Lestrade and see if he has any news for us. While not relishing the thought of interacting with the condescending Lestrade, Holmes and Watson visit Scotland Yard anyway, hoping the man has done his due diligence in this case and can offer insight.
Why even trouble yourself with this one, Holmes?
You believe Francis Nolan to be guilty?
Guilty as a cat would swallow a canary.
And on what do you base that brilliant deduction?
Look, Francis Nolan claims not to have known that Clarendon was residing at Halliday's. Yet she proceeded directly to his room where she shot the bloke. She claims not to have owned a gun. Yet the gun found in her hand was purchased at Esgoff, and the receipt had her name on it, for cripes' sake. No, that little lady will never see the light of day again.
Okay. That was interesting. That gave us something to work on. Halliday's private hotel. So let's send them there to check out the scene of the crime. Since the private hotel plays such an important part in the murder of Clarendon, Watson insists that they pay Halliday a visit. To what surprise, Holmes agrees.
Clarendon, poor chap. He arrived on the 29th day of May and was given a front room on the 3rd floor. 2 days later, he asked to be moved to suite 205.
To your knowledge, did he have any visitors?
Only 2 that I'm aware of. One was a most disagreeable fellow. He was rather large, had a thick walrus moustache, and a very prominent scar down his cheek. He arrived on the 1st of June, the very day of Mr. Clarendon's move. He simply came in, sat down in the lobby, and waited. 20 minutes or so later, Mr. Clarendon came down from his room. The big man yanked him aside. I was about to send for a bobby when Mr. Clarendon signed me that all was well. After a few minutes, they left together. I never saw the man again. His other visitor, who came by quite frequently, was a most striking woman. She was quite fashionably dressed. She had a most distinctive laugh, very full and deep. I've no idea who she was.
Please, tell us about the morning of July 2nd.
It was about 9 o'clock when a woman entered. She was rather plain-looking, and I wouldn't have noticed her, except for the fact that she came in the front door, looking neither left nor right, and proceeded directly up the staircase. It couldn't have been more than 30 seconds later when I heard a bang, followed by a woman's scream. I dashed upstairs to the second floor. The door to room 205 was open. Inside, I found the body of Mr. Clarendon and the woman who'd just come up. She was lying in a swoon in the center of the room with a pistol in her hand. I revived her with some whiskey. When she came to, she was totally disoriented. She had no idea where she was or what she'd done. When she saw Clarendon's body, she let out a shriek and dropped the pistol. I summoned the police.
Tell me, at what hour are the hotel's front doors locked?
Oh, 10 o'clock, sir. Anyone who arrives after that has to be let in by the night staff. Of course, Mr. Clarendon was never one of those. He was always in his room before 10.
May we see his room? What have we here, Watson? Appears to be a bank statement.
Oh, look here, Holmes. It appears that the maid missed a spot in her sweeping.
Good thing she did, Watson. You're staring at evidence.
Blood.
What's this stain here?
Smells like a fine sherry. Looks like someone's been celebrating.
The question is, was it with the body or over it?
Nothing much here. A couple of shirts and 3 pair of shoes.
But what you failed to notice, my dear Watson, is that one of the pairs of shoes is canvas and has been dyed black. Interesting. A sweater and trousers. An ensemble in black.
Not much of a view. All I can see is a brick wall of the building across the alley.
Ivy vines binding up a trellis.
Okay, I guess we go into jewelry theft after all, because that's a suspicious-looking outfit, and he asked to specifically be moved to the room that had vines that he could easily climb. No wonder he was always in his room after 10. He could just climb the vines back in and never go into the front door. Okay, so let's see. That was on the first. He asked to be moved. He asked to be moved on the first. Was there any like jewelry theft? Let's see. Here we go. Let's see. Let me just write down these numbers. There was £500 for the pin. That was on the 2nd of June. I just want to cross-reference these with the bank statement and see if it's some, like, roughly matches up with his bank statement that he got. Just to figure out if he actually is the jewel thief or not. Let's see, 11th of June is another £1,000, and then 15th is another £3,000. Then you go for the 7th of June with the necklace. That is another £1,000. And then, of course, July with the tiara, which is the big break at £5,000. And then when we now go back, let's see, does it say in the notebook? No, just Holidays Private Hotel. 3 visitors. Let's see, there it is, and the detectives.
Clarendon, poor chap. He arrived on the 29th day of May and was given a front room on the 3rd floor.
So he arrived in May. Just to double check that, the 3rd of May. Resume.
2 days later, he asked...
And then 2 days later.
...to be moved to Suite 205.
To your knowledge, did he have any visitors?
Only 2 that I'm aware of. One was a most disagreeable fellow. He was rather large, had a thick walrus moustache, and a very prominent scar down his cheek. He arrived on the 1st of June, the very day of Mr. Clarendon's move. He simply came in, sat down in the lobby, and waited. 20 minutes or so later, Mr. Clarendon came down from his room. The big man yanked him aside. I was about to send for a bobby when Mr. Clarendon signed me that all was well. After a few minutes, they left together. I never saw the man again. His other visitor, who came by quite frequently, was a most striking woman. She was quite fashionably dressed. She had a most distinctive laugh, very full and deep. I've no idea who she was.
Please, tell us about the morning of July 2nd.
It was about 9 o'clock when a woman entered. She was rather plain-looking, and I wouldn't have noticed her, except for the fact that she came in the front door, looking neither left nor right, and proceeded directly up the staircase. It couldn't have been more than 30 seconds later when I heard a bang, followed by a woman's scream. I dashed upstairs to the 2nd floor. The door to room 205 was open. Inside, I found the body of Mr. Clarendon and the woman who'd just come up. She was lying in a swoon in the center of the room with a pistol in her hand. I revived her with some whiskey. When she came to, she was totally disoriented. She had no idea where she was or what she'd done. When she saw Clarendon's body, she let out a shriek and dropped the pistol. I summoned the police.
Tell me, at what hour are the hotel's front doors locked?
Oh, 10 o'clock, sir. Anyone who arrives after that has to be let in by the night staff. Of course, Mr. Clarendon was never one of those. He was always in his room before 10.
May we see his room?
Come on, show me the bank statement.
What do we hear, Watson? Appears to be a bank statement.
There we go. Okay, so in May 30th he deposits 5,000. June 1st he gets 5,000. That's fine. That's before the robberies take place. Then June 12th he gets 500. That is immediately withdrawn the next day. 500. Now, I'm not sure how prices on stolen goods is, but he's stolen a lot if he had stolen all those jewelries from that. 500 is selling them cheap. June 16th, in 1,000, out 1,000. Okay, and that's the 16th. Well, that makes some sense with 11th June 1,000, but 18th should not just be 500 pounds. Good morning, Lizard. You haven't missed much. We're just getting started on the second game. So, I mean, you missed one entire game, but of this investigation here, you haven't missed much at all. We have what seems to be a pretty clear case of a woman found with a pistol in her hand, apparently having shot a guy who was interested in her, which she had rejected. That man has been described as a scoundrel, but he also has been described as being of good blood and playing cricket. So, you know, it's a mixed bag. Okay, let's see. Oh, I could have let it continue. Let's see. So where do I want to go then? Where do I want to go? I have two people who are seen going in and out of that room a lot. A very striking woman that has a full and deep laugh, but no name. So I have no idea where to even start looking for her. And then I have one man who's very distinct with a scar and a walrus mustache. Walrus mustache. Huh. Let's see. And then of course we could always go and look at the place where the gun was bought to get more information there. Because that gun was apparently registered in her name, so maybe they could tell us something about what kind of woman they saw registering it. So let's see, that was something Goff. S. Goff. So let's go there and have a check. Knowing that there were surprisingly few gun shops in the city and that this might figure into the innocence or guilt of Miss Nolan, the men take a stroll through the darkened streets to St. Geoff's. Well, not St. Geoff, but Esk.
Do you remember a woman who came in recently and purchased a Derringer?
Oh, matter of fact, I do, sir. We don't get women in here very often, especially not alone. And I particularly remember that one because she was so pretty and, she looked like she really knew how to have a good time, if you'll pardon the expression.
Do you remember her name?
I should say I do. She repeated it twice whilst I was filling out the order form. Seems like it was very important to her that I get her name right. Let me see, it was Frances, well, it was Frances something or other, sir.
Wait, Baron failed in his playthrough of Gabriel Knight. Or did I misunderstood the conversation there? Failed to beat the game in 10 hours. Oh, you did the second one and therefore now you have to play the first one. I see. I see. Will we ever see someone play the entire game in 10 hours? Let's see. So then we can pretty much conclude that the pretty young woman who we have no name for is the one who bought the gun. This seems like a very clear frame job. But we still have no name for that supposedly pretty woman. Oh, and thanks for the raid, Beware the Blobber. Didn't even notice that before now. And hello everyone who just tuned in. We're trying to solve a murder, and preferably by not taking too long, unless Sherlock Holmes will be very upset with us. But yeah, it's clearly a frame job, but where would we go? Where would we go to actually figure out who the name of the pretty woman is? I mean, the way I see it, we can go one of two places. We can either try Pike Langdale, who's in charge of social scandals. He might have some news on the matter. Or we can try to go to Porky Shinwell, who's a former criminal who now runs a bar and is more in touch with the seedy underworld of London. He might at least be able to tell us something about that gentleman with the moustache, if nothing else. But I'm not sure if the pretty lady. Well, let's try him. Let's try Porky. A quick carriage ride takes Holmes to the pub. Before stepping inside, the consulting detective pats his pocket, ensuring that his pocketbook is in its proper place.
Sure, I remember Clarendon. He and his lady friend used to stop in here from time to time, usually on their way to Kilgore's gaming parlor or coming back from it. Rumor has it, Clarendon was into Kilgore for a sizable sum.
Do you happen to know how much?
£7,000 was the figure I heard. Got to the point Kilgore wouldn't allow him in the door. Clarendon made a big fuss till Gus Bullock stepped in. Clarendon backed down pretty quick. Don't blame him none. Nobody in their right mind would want to mess with the likes of Gus.
Do you think Bullock was involved in the murder?
Nothing you could tell me about that bloke would surprise me. Anyways, Kilgore makes it clear to Clarendon that he wants his money. Then, a month or so later, Clarendon comes in all smiles, and he and Kilgore getting on like chums. Figure Clarendon must have paid him back. Then, Calvin Leach steps into the picture.
Now, who's Calvin Leach?
Leach deals in what you might call stolen property. Square dealer, too. Give you one half the value of the article.
What does Leach have to do with Clarendon and Kilgore?
Usually nothing at all. But there it is. Leach, Kilgore, and Clarendon meeting late at night just as thick as thieves. The meetings continued on right up to, well, the night before Clarendon's death.
Very interesting.
Now, we've been standing here jawing, and I don't recall hearing anybody order nothing. What'll it be, mate?
Okay. So if I say half of that and deduct the 7,000 debt, then yeah, that's about the same amount. So it seems fairly safe to believe that our murder victim is indeed the jewel thief that has been plaguing London. Let's see. So Kilgore Gaming Parlor seems like a place to go. Kilgore served 3 years in Penton prison for illegal gambling. Was cellmate with James Ryder's friends Maudsley. Huh. But is that the same as the gaming parlor? I guess it is. Let's try. Holmes and Watson pull their coats tightly about them as they head out into the night toward Kilgore's place.
Any luck?
Yes and no.
I beg your pardon?
Yes, Kilgore has met Clarendon once or twice, but no, he insists he's never heard of Calvin Leach.
And you believed him?
Okay. What about Leach Calvin then? What does he have to say for himself? Suspecting that Leach may have connection to this case, Holmes and Watson head off to visit the suspected fence. Watson decides to conceal a small derringer just in case.
What did you learn of Calvin Leach?
I think Porky Shinwell said it all.
Did you ask Leach about Clarendon?
Yes.
What did he say, Watson?
Oh, yes, of course. He said he'd never heard of him.
Okay, so they're both denying it profusely. Probably wasted a few points there confirming the story, but oh well. That's fine. But who is Gus Bullock? Who are you? Gus Bullock has served 3 separate terms for murderer. He has a permanent reserved cell at Parkhurst Prison. Huh. Okay. But he was the one who told them off. Oh, sure. We've already tried the other 2. We might as well go talk to Gus as well. With Holmes sidelined with a migraine, Watson nervously dons his bowler and heads off in search of Gus Bullock.
Who are you and what do you want?
Dr. John Watson, sir. I wondered if you might be kind enough to answer a few questions.
About what?
Guy Clarendon.
That welching little weasel, what about him?
He's been murdered.
Ah! I'd say he got what he deserved. And if you don't clear out of here in 2 seconds, so will you.
Oh, quite. Ta-ta.
Friendly chap. Friendly chap. Okay. That's all the ones that were there. And we are no closer to figuring out who the lady friend is. Maybe we do try Park Langdale instead. Social scandal. I mean, there must be social scandal involved with that case, so sure. Sure, let's try Pike Langdale. The Societies Club is not a venture that Holmes and Watson frequent, let alone belong. However, the detectives know that Langdale Pike knows what goes on behind closed doors more than anyone in London.
It appears as though Guy and Loretta, the terrible twins, will afflict us no more. Loretta must be desolate, what with the loss of a kindred spirit and fellow prankster.
Prankster?
Well, yes, my good fellow. I'll never forget the time Clarendon poured champagne down the front of Lady Leeds's new Paris gown for the sole purpose of Loretta's amusement.
I would think she must also be distraught at the loss of her lover, not to mention the imprisonment of her sister.
Well, I'm not sure about Loretta's feelings toward her sister, but I do know that Guy and Loretta were not lovers. Though outwardly they made an excellent couple. He, tall, handsome, and from a moneyed family, and she, beautiful, and an heiress in her own right. Yes, it would have been a match made in heaven. But it was a match made in far hotter regions, I suspect.
Francis claims that she and Clarendon were engaged to be married.
Well, that's hard to imagine, him being who he is. Or was, as it were.
Why do you say that?
Well, Guy Clarendon was not at all a desirable sort. He'd all but been disowned by his own father for his compulsive gambling. The utter disregard for other people's money is probably what drew Clarendon and Loretta Nolan together in the first place. After all, she had managed to fritter away almost her entire fortune, unlike her sister Frances, who still had her inheritance, if not her honor, intact.
Oh, that explains it.
What are you driving at, Holmes?
From all I've heard of Clarendon, I suspect his interest in Frances was directed toward her sizable bank account.
Okay, now we're getting somewhere. So, the woman who we probably have seen all along is Loretta's sister of the... That was probably explained at the beginning. I just absolutely missed it. Yes, of course it was. The Loretta was the only uninjured in the accident that killed her parents. Oh dear. Yeah, nope. That's on me. That's on me. I have wasted time not picking that one up. Oh well. Let's see. Where we can find her, because I forgot the last name. actually. Where is she? Where is she? What was her last name? Not the Quince. So they're trying to frame the sister. Nolan Loretta, Nolan Francis. Let's go with Loretta first. Feeling that Loretta Nolan may have some insight into her sister's predicament, the two detectives head out the door and onto Baker Street in search of a hansom cab.
Enter and be recognized. Oh, you don't wish to play Her Majesty, eh? Very well.
You do not seem particularly disturbed by the recent turn of events, Miss Nolan.
Each of us grieves in his own way, Mr. Holmes.
It must be difficult for you to face the possibility that your own sister may have killed your dearest chum.
Guy was fun to be with. And as for Frances, I love her dearly, but, well, it's funny to think Miss Right and Proper has finally gotten herself into a bit of a jam.
Miss Nolan, may I ask, when was the last time you saw Guy Clarendon?
Let me think. I believe it was the Richmond's party last Thursday. Yes, I'm sure of it. God, we did cut it up a bit there.
And after the party?
We did not go home together, if that's what you're implying. That would have broken Frances's heart. She was head over heels for Guy, you know. She had some foolish notion that he was going to marry her. Not that someone like him ever would. But I do recall her saying, and it might have been the night of his death, that she was going to have a talk with him about their future.
Okay, that's new relevance. Let's see, let's talk to Frances as well. We haven't even talked to the woman suspected of the murder. Probably should have done that earlier. Deep in thought, Holmes lights his pipe and snuffs the match, allowing Watson to lead him down the street toward Frances Nolan's residence.
Tell us, who was at home on the evening of the 1st?
Well, just Miss Frances, sir. Oh, yes, of course, and Dr. Trevelyan.
What time did the doctor take his leave?
Oh, let me think. It must have been 10 o'clock, because that's what time he always leaves.
What did Miss Frances do after her guest left?
What she does every evening, sir. Well, she asked for a cup of hot cocoa, which I brought her straight away. Then she read for a bit by the fire. Later, when I went up to bed, I passed her room and the light went out.
What time would that have been?
Oh, let me see. Oh, I know, it was 11:30 because the clock chimed. Then I went to sleep. Later, I was awakened in the middle of the night, right in the midst of the most peculiar dream. You see, I was barefoot and trying to buy a pair of shoes
As fascinating as all this is, could we get back to what it was that awakened you?
Oh, yes, of course. Well, it was something that I heard, or thought I heard. I listened for a bit, but that was the end of it, so I went to sleep again. Later, I awoke at 7:30. I always wake up at 7:30, except, of course, on Sundays when I sleep until 8. As usual, I began to prepare Miss Frances's breakfast. I had no sooner got into the kitchen when I heard the front door open and close. Well, I ran to the front window and peeked out, and there was Miss Frances walking down the street.
And why do you deem that so unusual?
Well, she never leaves before she's eaten one of my currant buns.
Okay. Okay, so if we want to do this, it's... He is killed at that point. She leaves without breakfast before that and goes straight up to the room without looking left or right, which is very unlike her. And before that, she has been visited by a doctor, which I feel we should see at 10 o'clock. And then something happened in the middle of the night, but we don't know what because the maid didn't tell us. I have a feeling we should definitely talk with Dr. Trevelyan. Dr. Percy Trevelyan. Let's see, why was he there? What was he treating her for? On their way to Dr. Trevelyan's home, Holmes shares his thoughts with the good doctor on the case thus far. Watson nearly nods off.
Doctor, we understand that you dined with Frances Nolan on the evening of July 1st.
Yes, that is correct. We dine every Sunday. Her sister Loretta has been under my care for some 10 years. First at the Mesmer Braid Institute and then in private practice.
Without breaching physician-patient protocol, would you mind telling us the nature of her illness?
She never quite recovered from the overwhelming trauma of watching her parents being blown to bits.
I quite understand.
As is often the case with young orphans, they tend to create fantasies about their parents. Miss Loretta Nolan truly believes that her father was the King of England, making her a princess.
Do you think her unconventional behavior stems from that fantasy?
Absolutely. As a princess, she believes she can do no wrong. I must say that she's worlds apart from her sister Frances.
Do you know Frances Nolan well?
Yes, rather. Through my treatment of her sister, I've known her for years. Let me say that it is difficult to believe that Miss Frances is capable of murder. She has a quiet, unassuming personality. An act of such direct confrontation would not be at all in keeping with her character.
Were Loretta and Frances close?
I know without a doubt that Miss Frances loves and cares for her sister almost as a parent would a child. Miss Loretta, well, she loves her sister as much as she is capable of love.
Okay, so he's treating the sister. And we are already up in how many points? 140. Betting Holmes did in like 60 tops. Holmes and Watson visit Meekins and birds. Just believe Clement were dead for between 4 and 10 hours. Okay. Inspector at Scotland Yard. Had 3 visitors. A large man who accosted him, a beautiful woman with distinct laugh, and a plain woman found of his body. That's fine. We know who the beautiful woman is most likely is, because she had a very distinct laugh when we went to see her, so that's probably Loretta. And the plain woman is Frances. And then Loretta is probably the one that goes and buys the gun. But do we have any evidence for any of it? I doubt it. Because we have no idea to say why she would be there and how. Let's see. Let's see. What can we check out? Holmes and Watson talked to Loretta Nolan at their home and Mrs. Lassink at Richmond's party the previous week. Let's see. Where could we go? Where could we go? Trying to think. Where would make sense? Where would make sense at this point? We already looked. We already looked at both their ally. Let's see. Could we now go back and find anything more in the newspapers that makes any sense? Fire was apparently caused by smoke bomb used by the thief. I met a few other clues, but have closed the borders as first precautionary step. Have found several of the suspected international criminals. That doesn't seem where I want to go though. Let's see. Where to go? Did I already go and check the crime? I mean, we did a medical examiner. That one we did. And we did social scandals. And we did Porky. I don't think we went to physical evidence. Let's try physical evidence and see if we can't get anything else. Holmes, being busy elsewhere, sends the good doctor to discuss the physical evidence at the scene of the crime with the criminologist.
I say, excuse me, Dr. Murray.
Hello, what? Oh, my, I must have dozed off. Ah, it's you, Whitson. And what are you doing with yourself this afternoon? Or is it evening already? Have I missed my tea?
It's Watson, sir. We're looking into the Clarendon case, and we were wondering...
Clarendon! Ah, I just finished that report when I dozed off. Let me see. Number 301, I believe. Ah, yes. Here it is. Number 103. Clarendon, Guy. Not much, I'm afraid. A hole in the shirt where a small caliber bullet passed into the body. Extensive blood stains. Powder burns indicating a close-range shot. Ah, here's something interesting. On the lower part of the shirt, I found traces of alcohol. Wine, to be exact. Now, I have a good nose for this sort of thing, and I believe it to be an inferior quality Italian red.
Not much there. Wait, all these Clarendons. So if I remember, Sir Francis Clarendon is then the father of Guy Clarendon, who was killed, I would assume, and was the one who had plans on disinheriting his son. I'm unsure. Let's talk to him. Hope to gain some insight from the bereaving father. Holmes and Watson hail a handsome cab and head over to the Clarendon estate.
This is a difficult thing for a man to say about his only son. But Guy was a wastrel and a ne'er-do-well. Only a short month or so ago, I gave him £5,000 and told him that was the last he'd see of my money. I'd hoped the shock would bring the boy around, make him realize he had to settle down, instead of wasting his life on gambling and gallivanting around with that wild woman.
Which wild woman was that?
Loretta Nolan, of course.
You mentioned gambling, Sir Francis. Have you any idea with whom he gambled or who might have wanted to kill him?
I wish I did. He told us nothing. He only came around when he needed money. And when I told him there'd be no more, we never saw him. Just about broke his mother's heart. There, Gertie. We still have one another.
I've something you ought to know about Master Guy. One morning, rather early, about 4 or 5 weeks ago, I heard a terrible clatter downstairs, so I came down to investigate. It was Master Guy just coming home. He was in a terrible state, all battered and bruised, with a fresh cut on his forehead. I asked him who did it to him, and he wouldn't say. I think he was afraid for his life.
Okay. Okay. So, trying to put together a timeline here, roughly. So we have him going to get £5,000 from his dad. He's probably putting that 5,000 toward the £7,000 debt that he has at Kilgore Gaming Parlor. And then he starts hanging around with guys who are clearly deep-rooted in the criminal underworld and deals with selling stolen property. That, combined with the fact that we found the jacket and shoes and pants all in black, and how he has been staying at that guest house, which coincides very nicely with all the thefts going on. Seems to imply that he has been involved in the jewelry robberies. Let's see. If I wanna find where they keep her, I really would like to talk to Francis. Where would I go to find Francis? Let's see. P for prison? No. She's not in prison. Not really. Oh! Isn't the Old Bailey where they keep people? The criminal court. In my younger days, I used to watch Trials in Progress. No, okay. That wasn't necessarily where I wanted to go. Or is it? Is that where I want to go? Because she hasn't been sentenced, so she can't be in prison. I'm trying to remember if they keep people at the Old Bailey while waiting trial. I'm assuming they do. It would have to keep her somewhere. Well, no, but it's not jail, but where would they be keeping her? Because I don't think we can go to the police station. Because the only thing we can go to at Scotland Yard is the lab and the criminal investigation. So if I want to see her... Well, I guess I can talk to our barrister about it. But that doesn't make much sense. I'm just trying to figure out where I would need to go to find Francis. Where would I need to go to find Francis? Let's see, because nothing there. Okay, it's a court with a judge and whatnot, not a jail or a police station. No, but where do I go? Where do I go? Where do I go? Where would she be? Because she's not there anymore. But she's not in a prison because she hasn't been convicted. Ah, yes, I can go to Aberdeen Navigation. Solid plan. Voodoo Villa. Wonder if that's ever become relevant in any of these cases. West London Cricketers. I mean, I guess I could go and find out more about his cricket ventures, but I don't see why I would. Oh well, I'll stop by and see if I can find anything out about the proceedings there. Certain that Edward Hall can get them to see Miss Nolan at Old Bailey, the pair head off to visit the young barrister.
I understand that Wilfred Robards is considering taking Miss Nolan's case. He might be able to help you. If you'd like, I can arrange an interview with Frances Nolan. She's being held downstairs, you know.
I was right. They were holding people there.
We might be able to help you, Miss Nolan, if you could just remember what happened that night in Mr. Clarendon's room.
Well, that's just the trouble. I can't remember anything except seeing Guy's body across the room and the pistol in my hand.
Where did you get the pistol?
I've no idea, though the police assure me it's mine. I didn't know Guy was at Halliday's. I've never even been there before. And why would I shoot him anyway? We loved each other.
There, Miss Nolan. Stiff upper lip.
Thank you.
Miss Nolan, what is the last thing you remember before the room at Halliday's?
Oh, hot cocoa in bed.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, well, every night before I retire, my maid, Grace, brings me a cup of hot cocoa.
How nice.
Yes.
And before that?
Well, before that, I dine with Dr. Trevelyan, as I do every Sunday evening. My sister Loretta is under his care. The doctor and I have become good friends over the years. He left at 10 o'clock, as he always does.
May I ask, where did you first meet Guy Clarendon?
At the country estate of Cornelius Oldwine, in March. My sister Loretta was attending a party there. I suppose things got a bit out of hand because it seems she dived into a fountain. She caught pneumonia and I had to go and fetch her home. Guy was also at the estate, and that's where we met.
And he immediately began paying court to you?
Oh, heavens, no. Nobody seems to take much notice of me. I suppose that comes from having such a wildly attractive sister. That's why I was so surprised when he called a few weeks later. We began seeing a great deal of each other. We went on long carriage rides, had picnic lunches. It was all quite lovely. And then on the 5th of June, he declared his love for me and asked for my hand in marriage. I was so happy. I couldn't have killed him.
How do you explain your presence at Halliday's?
Well, I can't. It's just like the other 2 times.
You've had memory losses before.
Yes, twice in the past month. The first time I found myself atop a horse in Hyde Park, with no recollection of how I got there. The last thing I remember was having lunch with my sister Loretta. Then there I was, atop a chestnut mare.
How peculiar.
The funny thing is, I'm terrified of horses.
You mentioned there was a second time.
Yes, a few days later, I met with my solicitor, Hiram Davenport. Then the next thing I know, I'm at the Newgate Street station. I consulted my physician, Dr. Mason, and he was quite as baffled as I was.
One last question, if you will. What is your relationship with Gerald Locke?
Oh, Jerry, He's a dear old friend. Though I'm afraid we had a falling out of late. He said some very unkind words about Guy.
Okay. So we have 2 cases of previous memory loss. We should probably look into that. And let's see, she said that her doctor was Dr. Mason. Feeling that they're on the right trail, the pair head off to Dr. Mason in hopes that some of the medical mysteries of this case can be solved.
Tell us, Dr. Mason, have you determined the cause of Francis Nolan's blackouts?
It's the strangest thing, really. I examined her thoroughly and found nothing physically wrong. She could not recall receiving a bump in the head, nor did she complain of dizziness. All I could suggest that was perhaps she was overtired and prescribed rest. It remains a complete mystery to me.
Okay, that's suspicious. That is very suspicious. She went to see... There's a Lister. Hiram Davenport. Maybe he can tell me anything about the case. On the way to Davenport residence, the 2 friends ride through the streets of London in animated debate regarding burglaries and cricket players.
So, sorry to have kept you waiting, gentlemen. I assume you are inquiring about the Nolan girls.
Yes, we are. How long have you been their solicitor, Mr. Davenport?
Actually, in practice, I am serving that function only for Frances. Loretta has not sought a word of my advice since she came of age and was able legally to get her hands on her trust fund. Had Loretta the presence of mind to follow my good counsel, I'm certain she would be in a far better financial situation today.
Do you recall a meeting with Miss Frances last month when she blacked out?
Well, I did have a very odd meeting with both Miss Frances and Miss Loretta several weeks ago.
How so?
Well, I wouldn't say she blacked out as such, but she did leave rather unexpectedly. We were in the middle of our discussion when I was called out of the office. I was gone not more than 20 minutes. When I returned, Miss Frances had a very strange look in her eyes. She mumbled something and promptly left. Miss Loretta laughed that very disturbing laugh of hers and departed as well.
Okay, so they're doing something. But do we have enough? Do we have enough evidence to go to the judge? Because clearly Loretta is doing something to Frances' memories. And then... I mean, I would assume it's some sort of hypnosis. Or something. What we do have is that she didn't buy that gun herself. So we can prove that at least. We have about several other blackout spots. But is that gonna be enough? I mean, we can try and see if we can even see the judge. Oh dear. Whisk the way to Queen's Court.
Hear ye, hear ye.
Okay, we get to see the judge. Guess I'm in for it now.
The Queen's Court now stands in order.
Okay. Well, in that case...
Mr. Holmes, I understand you've been looking into the murder of Guy Clarendon.
That is correct, my lord.
Would you be so kind as to tell the court who killed Mr. Clarendon?
Certainly, my lord.
After all the trouble I had on getting through to the judge last game, I was honestly not expecting to get this to work. I feel woefully unprepared, but let's try. I believe Loretta Nolan was the one who killed Guy.
I see. And what was Loretta Nolan's motive for killing Mr. Clarendon?
Oh, I really should have looked into things further. Ooh. Well, we assume that he is the thief. That's what we assume. So, knowing her, she believes she is the princess and she wants money and jewels. She probably had her eye on the tiara that he had stolen. I'm hoping? It's either that or jealous of his relationship with her sister Frances, but she doesn't see that as anything to be jealous of, so I'm gonna go with the tiara.
Greed. Pure and simple. Now, have you determined why Frances Nolan went to Halliday's?
I have, my lord.
Please inform the court.
I mean, I believe she was hypnotized by her sister.
Not a sisterly thing to do at all. Is there anything else you wish to report to the court?
Yes, my lord. I believe we've also solved the case of the society burglar.
You don't say. Who is the guilty party?
I believe it is Guy Clarendon.
Guy Clarendon was straight from the upper crust. Why ever would he turn to a life of crime?
Because his father cut him off financially.
Well, you've done an admirable job in resolving this mystery. I'd say you're on a par with just about any other armchair detective out there. I would suggest, however, that you rethink this case again, thereby improving your sleuthing skills.
I'll take it.
My word, dear Holmes. Perhaps we are in the wrong business altogether. If we had been top-notch, we should have cracked this case in less points. I think I'll ring up the university immediately and see if we might enroll in a detective course.
Okay, let's listen to Holmes' solution on how he got to it in 55 points. I mean, the judge is throwing shade, but my point score is about 4, almost closer to 4 times, so I guess some shade is deserved. But let's see how Holmes solved it all.
Well, Watson, we should be very pleased with ourselves on this one.
Yes, indeed, Holmes.
2 cases solved for Scotland Yard, though I doubt that Lestrade will consider himself in our debt.
2?
Yes, indeed. First, the society burglar. Clarendon was £7,000 in debt to the gambler Kilgore. Unfortunately, he was in his father's bad graces and he was flat broke.
Do you suppose Kilgore sent Bullock around to rough Clarendon up?
Good deduction, Watson. You're learning. That's why he moved into Halliday's, to escape Gus Bullock.
And to pay off his debts, he took to burglary.
Right you are. He acquired a black sweater, trousers, and a pair of black canvas shoes so as not to be seen or heard in the dead of night. He chose victims of his own class, whose social comings and goings he knew well, and whose homes he'd visited often.
I still don't understand why, after he'd settled in at Halliday's, he changed rooms.
Elementary, my dear Watson. To be at the back of the hotel with a vine-covered trellis conveniently leading in and out of his bedroom window.
Quite so. Positively clever of you.
May I continue?
Oh, please do.
On the 1st of June, Bullock tracked Clarendon down and confronted him in the lobby. Clarendon paid him the £5,000 that was given to him by his father.
But he still owed Kilgore £2,000. And that was the same evening the society burglar struck for the first time.
So pleased you've been paying attention, Watson. Soon after that, Clarendon, Kilgore, and Calvin Leach, a known trafficker in stolen goods, were seen together. Notice, if you will, that 1/2 the value of the first 3 society burglaries is equal to £2,000. Half the value being the price normally paid by Calvin Leach for stolen goods. Notice also that this same amount is equal to the balance of Clarendon's debt to Kilgore.
Fascinating. So with his new vocation, Clarendon now had an easy source of income.
Quite so, as his succeeding bank transactions evidence. On the day after each of the next 3 burglaries, Clarendon made deposits. Everything went along swimmingly, and by June 30th, his debt was paid.
But the tiara was stolen July 1st.
Yes, Watson. Apparently, young Clarendon thought he'd found himself a new vocation. He might have lasted longer at it if he'd chosen something else to steal.
Whatever do you mean, Holmes?
Loretta Nolan's delusion that she was born of royal parentage proved to be his undoing.
If she took it, how did she manage? No one saw her enter or leave.
She came and went the same way Clarendon did, via the trellis. She was armed with a derringer purchased at Esgoff's in her sister's name. Clarendon returned from his night's work and poured 2 glasses of wine in celebration. That's when Loretta Nolan shot him and took the tiara.
How wicked of her.
Not nearly as wicked as what she did next.
What?
She went to her sister Frances's home and hypnotized her. She then proceeded to instruct her to go to Clarendon's room with the derringer and fire it into the ceiling.
Incriminate her own sister? But why?
If we could determine that precisely, we could start our own institute.
Sick mind, no doubt. But tell me, Holmes, how did Clarendon know the precise locations of each of his victims' jewels?
Excellent question, Watson. Although there is no clear-cut evidence for this, I can only assume that Loretta Nolan must have been in on it too. The only way Clarendon could have known the locations of the jewels was if the victims themselves had told him where to look. None of them recalls having told anyone, but in fact they did tell someone.
Who?
Loretta Nolan. She managed to hypnotize each of the ladies whose jewels were stolen and got them to reveal the precise locations of the family treasures.
And left them with no memory of having done so.
Precisely.
Astounding, Holmes.
Elementary, my dear Watson.
Okay. And that's the second one. That means we have 1 game left to complete the collection, so excuse me while I fetch that game instead. Let's see. There you are. And I want the Mummy's Curse. Still wondering how on earth we were supposed to know about the hypnosis, though. That was more of a stumble than direct knowledge. Let's see. Subtitles on, full screen on, and game volume lowered. And then get it up over here. Okay, then you should all be back to see the 3rd game, The Case of the Mummy's Curse. Hopefully everything seems and sounds okay. And we will delve right into it, the next case, as soon as I get a notification that sound is okay. The music in these games are really, really loud, so that's why I change the sound every time before I actually pick it up on the stream. So I think I have the balance pretty much okay, but it would be great if someone can confirm that it's not overbearingly loud at least. If not, I'll just take silence as no one's having a problem with it. And we will begin a new game. Within a lantern-lit sitting room at 221B Baker Street, Sherlock Holmes slowly takes a pull from his pipe while Dr. Watson, reclining after a bit of tea, peruses the discarded copy of the London Times. Ah, great. Thank you for confirming that sound was okay.
What rubbish! What balderdash!
You must have read something terribly disturbing, Watson, for you to be so overwrought this early in the morning.
Indeed, Holmes. It's irresponsible of the Times to play upon people's superstitions.
Ah, you must be referring to the affair of the mummy's curse.
Has the entire city in an uproar. 3 men dead, and they expect us to believe that a 4,000-year-old mummy was the murderer. I'm surprised you haven't taken some interest in this case, Holmes.
To the contrary, my dear Watson. I have made some inquiries. Because I dare say I do believe this murderer is a much younger chap.
Okay, so we have 3 people dead. Clearly, that must be somewhere in the newspaper. Not this time, let's start in the back. A murder was committed in Bloomsbury's last night. Shortly after 10 p.m., Constable Lane, summoned by cries for help, entered the home at 42 Tottenham Court Road of Mr. Oswald Mason, chief accountant of the Bank of England, and found the body in his study where he had apparently been murdered by a blow to the head. Mr. Mason's body was discovered by his wife upon her return to her home around 10 p.m. The police report only that the intruder apparently entered by an upstairs window, and judging by the disarray of the study, a struggle occurred in which Mr. Mason met his death. As of this time, the crime has not been brought home to any person, but the best detectives of Scotland Yard are now involved in the investigation and search for the perpetrator to this bloody crime. Mr. Mason is survived by his wife Rose and her brother Cecil. Is that murder one of them? I do not know. Guess we'll find out. But I will just quickly type down the name. That was Mr. Oswald Mason. And I will just throw a question mark behind his name. Let's see. Live ostriches. Huh. We can go and see those. Formally register my outrage at the responsible handling by your paper for my recent discovery. Your report insinuates that I lack the credentials to unearth such antiques as an utter affront. For your information, I am a world-renowned authority in my field, especially Egyptian studies. Your reporter obviously have no appreciation of the significance of such finding, as has no understanding of archaeology. I demand a retraction post haste. Wonder what that was about, but I do like the fact that we now know that the Earl of Downey has an interest in Egyptian studies. That might prove valuable. Let's see. What else? What else can we find in this paper? Some people were drowned. We have some entertainment in the Oxford Music Hall. An iris exhibition. Spiritualists. Is going on, and let's see. Boxing Day World Pavilion every Monday. Nothing more there. Next newspaper, please. Recent excavation is in Egypt. Here we go. At the London University College on Wednesday afternoon, before an appreciative audience, Dr. Ebenezer Turnbull, let's just write down that name, Ebenezer Turnbull, delivered a lecture which dealt with the history of excavation and the method by which they may most profitable be conducted. Dr. Turnbull and archaeologist James Windebank and Andrew Weatherby are embarking this week on a new Egyptian expedition, excavating Kadabet's tomb at the head of the Valley of the Kings near Karnak and Luxor. Saturday's lecture was illustrated by photographs thrown on a screen by the electric light, which showed vividly and distinctly not only the work done at its various stages, but the modus operandi, the conditions under which work of this character must be carried on, and the instruments necessary for the purpose, and enabled those present to realize that in classical studies, as in the sciences, there is an ample field of experiment and discovery open to the individual. Dr. Turnbull prefaced his lecture by an explanation of these real objects of the excavation. In these days, whatever might have given the first stimulus to such efforts, the primary motive was certainly not to find and keep treasure, any more than it was the aim of the astronomer to possess a star. The modern archaeologist was as little to be confounded with the treasure seeker as the mineralogist was with the gold miner. Sure, the archaeologist had no interest in treasure. They just, happened to bring it with them home. Yeah, no interest whatsoever. His aim must be to restore to life the monuments of bygone times, to bring vividly before us the various phases of ancient societies, whether civilized or uncivilized. Classic British archaeology in the 1800s, well, the 1900s, I guess. I can never remember if that's how that works, if you say the 1800s for 1888, or if that's the 1900 and it comes backwards. Can never quite remember. Let's see. Regardless, their whole views of archaeology back then. Oh, what joy. And we're back to lions murdered in Hyde Park. Some charges of murders. And a mysterious death. Shortly after 9 o'clock this morning. First century is 0 to 99. Okay. Good to know. I always get those confused. Shortly after 9 o'clock this morning, the body of Stephen Lyons was found lying in St. George's Road, Southwark. A short time previously, the deceased, a first officer of Aberdeen Shipping, was seen being led in the direction where the body was found by 2 women and a man. The body had been robbed, even 2 gold earrings, which the man had been observed to have been wearing. 2 women of ill fame and a man described as a laborer, but known to be the associate of bad characters, have been taken into custody on suspicion of having caused the sailor's death. There were no wounds on the body, and it is supposed that an overdose of some drug had been administered. Doesn't sound like a death caused by a mummy, though. Does not sound like a death caused by the mummy. Let's see. Probably because the mummy hasn't been brought back yet. Silly me. There we go. Archaeologists dead in mummy's tomb. Here we go. Here we start with the mummy deaths. Okay. Karnak, March 4th. Professor Ebenezer Turnbull, organizer of the Kadabet tomb expedition, was found dead in the tomb early this morning. The inner chamber were reached early in the year after much difficult labor, and the archaeologists were quite ecstatic over the excellent condition of the sarcophagus, chamber artifacts, and the Kadabet mummy itself. The party was in the final weeks of its work in the area when disaster struck. Okay, so Professor Ebenezer is our first victim. Mr. Turnbull had worked late into the night, remaining in the chamber alone after other members of the party had retired for the night. His body was discovered by Mr. Andrew Weatherby, another of the project archaeologists. Mr. Turnbull had been strangled to death. Ancient linen bandages were found around his neck. Upon hearing of the professor's death, several of the natives working under the excavation called upon Isis and Osiris for protection and for forgiveness for disturbing the sacred tomb. Inscriptions found on the canopic jars and doors indicate that this death may be the mysterious work of the ancient god Tuamathef and his goddess. Probably completely butchered the pronunciation on that and several other things in this gameplay, but oh well. Okay, so Mr. Turnbull is the first victim. So he is now dead. He was found by Andrew, and James Windebond is nowhere to be seen currently in the story. That's okay. Let's see where we're gonna go. Man found dead at the theater. Oh no, we've seen this one before. We have been through this, because here was when the jewels were stolen in the previous case. Okay, to the editor of the Times. Sir, with regard to the recent mummy murders, I would like to suggest that we abandon our attempts to disturb the ancients, in their graves or otherwise. This applies not only to such excavation as has become so common in Egypt, Morocco and other foreign lands, but also to such project in our own British Isles. If the hypothesis of such men as James Ferguson, who believe that Stonehenge is the ancient sepulchral monument of the Saxon Druids are true, we should leave these burial grounds undisturbed. Surely, if these murderers are the work of some present-day mortal human, the police will discover his identity and bring him to justice. I do sincerely believe, however, we should not meddle in the magic and sorcery of which we know not, for we have not the means to control the forces thus unleashed. Respectfully yours, J.A. Merton. Okay, J.A. Merton, I am typing your name down, just because. Let's see, anything else? Anything else? Oh, more. The mummy strikes again. Well, maybe continue to the editor of Times here first. Sir, the recent mummy affair points up to a fact I have been trying to convince my fellow Britons of for quite some time, that it is the phenomenal number of crimes, particularly those of serious nature, committed by foreigners. Should we act now to restrict access to our beloved isle before this tragedy becomes yet worse? Johnny Bulldog Trent. Okay, so Johnny Bulldog doesn't believe that it is a mummy doing it. He believes it's the foreigners, and that we should, of course, therefore shut everyone out. Classic. But let's see. Mummy strikes again. The body of James Windebank. Okay, so he's the second death, I guess. Was discovered late yesterday in the room he was preparing for the British Museum's exhibit of newly discovered artifacts from the tomb of Kadabet's mummy. The archaeologist was found strangled. Around his neck were linen bandages of the type used by the ancient Egyptians in wrapping mummies. Oh no, Windebank is the third murderer to be associated with the mummy Kadabet in the past weeks. The archaeologist had accompanied the London University-sponsored expedition to Egypt. The project has been cursed with ill luck since the first discovery of the tomb 7 months ago. Its organizer, Dr. Ebenezer Turnbull, was murdered in the actual tomb itself in early March. Another archaeologist, Andrew Weatherby, met a similar fate on board a ship returning to England just last week. The Jardine ship Eastern Empress was the scene of that mysterious death. The shipboard investigation was handled by Captain Herman Ramsey. Oh, we definitely want to talk to him. We definitely want to talk to Captain Herman Ramsay, and his first officer, Luther Tenney. Scotland Yard has declined to name any suspect at this time. Okay, so they're all dead now. So all the 3 archaeologists that we read were going to this expedition has all died. And let's see, we have another letter to the editor of the Times. Sir, as a man of science and medicine, I must protest these innuendos of murderous mummies. The ancient Egyptians had progressed, but they had certainly not found the secret of everlasting life in the material world. Even had they, we cannot bring home the murder of 2 men to a 4,000-year-old mummy. I can only repeat that this is utter nonsense and balderdash without the slightest scientific basis, and a disgrace to the pages of your venerable newspaper. I am, sir, your obedient servant, John H. Watson, M.D. So you sent the letter yourself, Watson. And apparently they also found the coffin of Alexander the Great. So you know, that's neat. Okay, so we have some names to work off at least. We have the names of the 3 dead people. We have names of the captain on board the ship of the second death and his lieutenant. And we have some different people who have written to the newspaper concerning different parts of this. Like there was the Earl of Downey that was in Egyptian studies. There was J.R. Merton, who thought we should just leave everything alone, and we have Johnny Bulldog Trent, who believes it's foreigners that's the cause of everything. So where do we begin our investigation in this? Where do we begin? Let's see. Do we begin with something as simple as... Wait a second. Where... Did I actually completely forget to check which museum it is? British Museum. Should have remembered that. Let's go there first then, if we can. The British Museum. Oh, we actually can go and talk to Johnny Bulldog Trent. Huh. Probably won't come anything out of it, but he's in the list, so... But we're sending the detectives to the British Museum. Holmes logically concludes that the clues in this case points to visiting the museum. Watson heartily agrees and follows the detective out the door.
Windibank's body was found in the mummy's case.
Inside it?
Precisely. One of the guards, Henry Witherspoon, discovered it when making his rounds. He noticed that the lid was askew and a hand was sticking out of it. By the look on his face when he came to summons me, he must have thought that the mummy was attempting to leave its resting place. Some of the guards have been a bit on edge, you know, since the stories about Dr. Turnbull's death.
What happened when you arrived at the scene?
Witherspoon assisted me in removing the lid, and there was the body of James Windibank. Around his neck was a bandage of linen.
And the mummy was missing?
No, it was in there too. Underneath poor Windibank, completely undisturbed, not a length of its sheeting unraveled.
Who had access to the exhibit room?
Well, the room was officially closed yesterday while we set up the exhibit, but the museum was open and we took no extraordinary precautions to keep people out.
Can you think of anyone who might have wanted to kill Windibank?
None at all. I actually didn't know him very well. He did work for the museum, you see. He was with the London University. The university and the museum were joint sponsors of the Ketterbeck expedition.
Mr. Johnson, can you think of anything whatsoever that might shed some light on this affair?
No. I'm very sorry. I can't think of a thing. I only hope that all this publicity doesn't keep people away from the exhibit.
That's the important thing. People gotta visit the museum. Okay, so he didn't know much, but he could tell us that London University is where is the people who had hired him. So if we want to find more about him and his life, I'm guessing that's where we're gonna go. Of course, we could talk to Henry Witherspoon. Wasn't that his name? Apparently not. This is a problem when I try to type down things while paying attention. I get it wrong. Where you be? Where you be, Henry? I believe you were Henry. Okay, maybe not. It was definitely not Henry Yadlov, so... Okay, guess we don't talk to the guard then. Let's go to the university. It seems like a solid start. That was London University there. Watson states the obvious when he recommends a trip to the Egyptology department is in order. Holmes commends the good doctor and ushers him out the door into the fading sunlight.
Such a tragedy. Fine men all and such outstanding scholars. I still can't quite get over the shock of it.
We understand.
Professor, we're looking for background information on these three men so that we can understand how their murders might tie together.
Well, let me begin with Dr. Turnbull. Ebenezer Turnbull was responsible for organizing the Carteret expedition. Quite a remarkable man, really. This was the first time he teamed up with James Windibank. Professor Windibank was one of our most popular lecturers. In fact, several of his former students were also eager to accompany him. I recall him saying that he was having difficulty choosing. Weatherby turned out to be the lucky one. Though it seems far from it now, doesn't it? I suppose Smith and Travis turned out to be the lucky ones after all.
Smith and Travis?
Peter Smith accepted the invitation to join another expedition. As for Philip Travis, he was quite keen on accompanying Professor Windibank. In fact, he became exceedingly upset when Andrew Weatherby, a postgraduate student in the department, was chosen instead. Took it rather personally, I should say.
Okay, so we definitely want to talk to Phyllis Travis then. Let's see. Philip Travis. But do I want to send the detectives there right away? Yeah, sure, why not? Why not? Holmes decided to travel to Mr. Travis' home alone, leaving Watson in the company of Mrs. Hudson and her apple cranberry cakes.
So you've been reading my articles in the Times. I'm honored. What do you think of them?
Quite interesting. You've clearly been following the murders quite closely. Who do you suspect?
I believe it is the work of the ancient Egyptian god Pumatef and his goddess Neith.
Be serious.
I couldn't be more serious. You see, Mr. Holmes, although I am a journalist, I was actually trained as an Egyptologist. I know all about these mysteries. That's why my articles carry the force of truth.
And what is the truth, Mr. Travis?
The truth is that the Egyptians discovered the secret of life. What we call science is mere child's play compared to the knowledge they had. Look at this. Do you know what this is?
It appears to be a mummified animal of some sort. A monkey, perhaps?
Precisely.
Quite a conversation piece.
I've been using it in some very important experiments which, if successful, will unlock the secret to bringing back the souls of the dead. I've been working on it, Mr. Holmes, using these tanner leaves. Watch. Uma lotus. Licantina.
Hoorah!
It appears that the soul of this particular monkey has no intention of making a reappearance.
It's only a matter of time. I know it is. After all, these secrets have been buried for thousands of years. These things don't happen overnight. But it will happen someday. This is my mission.
I believe I'll leave you to your work, Mr. Travis.
Don't go yet. Let me show you more.
Thank you. Some other time, perhaps.
Okay. So Philip Travis is busy resurrecting monkeys. Probably doesn't have the time for murder. So let's go and talk to our good old Captain Ramsey. Since he was the one in charge of the second one. Second murder. After perusing the Times, Holmes is convinced Mr. Ramsey has information valuable to the case. He gathers his coat and hat and catches a carriage to the home of the man.
We had just come through a rather grueling storm, so I sent my first officer, Luther Tenney, down into the hold to check on the condition of the cargo. He reported back post-haste that Mr. Weatherby was lying dead among the Egyptian artifacts we were transporting. I turned over the helm to Tenney and went below to have a look for myself.
And did what you see confirm Teddy's report?
Unfortunately, yes. Weatherby was lying next to that coffin, or whatever it's called, apparently strangled. I went back to the bridge and put Tenney in charge of the investigation.
And what did he uncover?
Well, you'll have to ask him for the specifics, because I can scarcely recall the details.
Okay, so we need to talk to him instead. Luther Tenney. Watson hails a hansom cab and Holmes follows his friends. On their way to Tenney's address, Holmes shares his thoughts with the good doctor on the case thus far.
Let me tell you, a murder, even by a 4,000-year-old mummy, was only one odd thing in a string of bad luck on this voyage.
What sort of bad luck?
It all started with the crew, really. Seamen are a rather superstitious lot to begin with, and the idea carrying about a 4,000-year-old mummy had them shivering in their timbers. We almost faced a bloody mutiny. Then there were the passengers, a strange lot. I can tell you that reporter fellow, Travis, did us no service at all with his mystic mumbo-jumbo. He and Professor Winterbank had a regular war of words going on about whatever powers this mummy was supposed to have. And there was the two Arabs.
Arabs? Interesting. Do you recall their names?
I should hope I do. One was called Farmy. He always carried around this curious little box. No clue what was in it, but Farmy never let it out of his sight. The other one's name was Al Sard. He spent most of his time lurking about watching Farmy. My guess is he wanted that box.
Sounds like you had your hands full.
I haven't even told you about the fight yet between Mr. Weatherby and Mr. Arubaru.
Over what?
Weatherby's wife, I'd say, though they were a tight-lipped lot about it.
I see. Tell me, Lieutenant, we understand that you were the first person to discover the body.
Yes, sir, I was. Captain Ramsey sent me down to inspect the hold. I went immediately over to them Egyptian crates. Professor Winterbank was particularly anxious about him, you know.
Could you describe the scene as you remember it?
I'll never forget it. I just made my way to the back of the hold, and I noticed at the top of them crates, the one what carried the mummy's coffin was raised up kind of funny like. The coffin lid was laid off to one side, and there was Mr. Weatherby all sprawled on the floor next to a bowl of ashes. He'd been strangled by a length of the mummy's sheeting. It was bloody gruesome, I tell you. Poor bloke's eyes popped out like a couple of sausages on a hot iron skillet.
Quite a vivid picture, don't you agree, Holmes?
Quite. And you reported this to Captain Ramsey straight away?
Absolutely.
In fact, the captain put me in charge of the entire investigation.
And what did you discover? Did anybody have any contact with Weatherby on the night of the murder?
Not that I know of. I could account for all the crew. And the passengers were in their cabins as far as anyone knew or would say. Nobody saw anything, heard anything, or knew anything. Besides, Weatherby was seasick from the beginning. He stayed pretty much in his cabin all the time. Maybe that's why the lovely young Mrs. Weatherby was gallivanting about.
With Uruburu?
Yes, indeed.
And what of the bowl? Where is it now?
The bowl?
With the ashes.
Oh, yes. You know, now that you mention it, I don't recall ever seeing it again.
Well, that's suspicious. Where's the bowl? Where's the bowl? I'm just guessing that this will be to find about the wife of Andrew Weatherby. Do I need that? Probably not. Let's see. Let's see. The English Archaeology Association. There we have Fami Akram, which we could talk to. Though I'm very much dreading how they portray this, but oh well. Let's see. A mist seemed to rise from the Thames as the men crossed a bridge on their way to meet with Ahram Fahmy, a handler of historical relics.
Hello? Is anyone there? Mr. Fahmy, are you at home?
Apparently so, Watson. Look.
Oh, what ghastly business. Everyone will assume the mummy has struck again.
Hardly a plausible assumption. This poor fellow has a knife in his back and not a scrap of sheeting about his neck.
How very observant, Holmes.
Ring up Scotland Yard. This case is simple enough for them to solve.
You've solved it already.
Elementary, my dear Watson. Obviously, it was the butler.
Butler? What butler?
Exactly my point. A man as wealthy as Akram Fahmy would always have a manservant about him. After the foul deed, this one obviously beat a hasty retreat.
Okay, I guess he's innocent. Let's see, who was the other one they mentioned? Let's see. What was his name? Sword. Can't seem to find him. Did I just not see him? Or is he the... Was he technically his valet? He didn't say, just said they were both passengers. He didn't say anything about the relationship between the two. And considering one of them doesn't appear to be on this list, I guess I don't have to worry anymore. Oh, there he is. There he is. I just didn't see him. Holmes knew nothing of Ulster and is eager to accompany Watson to his home. Perhaps the gentleman could be of service to them.
Well, Holmes, I checked in with Mr. Al-Sad's manservant and...
And you discovered that Mr. Al-Sad was not at home.
But however did you know that?
Elementary, my dear Watson. I noticed some crumpet crumbs from the corner bakery stuck to your lapel. You haven't been gone long enough to stop for tea and interview anyone at length.
Most observant, sir.
Okay, then. Oh, crumpets. Now I'm hungry. Let's see. Where to go. I guess we could check in with some of our regulars. I'm unsure which one would be the best choice in this matter. Scotland Yard is probably going to be absolute waste of our time. Social scandals, hardly the great thing. I mean, we could go to H.R. Murray and see if there's any physical evidence left at the scene of the crime. That should be interesting enough. Since Holmes has other matters to attend to, he sends a doctor to discuss what, if anything, H.R. has discovered about these murders.
Pettigrew wrote this book over 50 years ago, and there's still nothing better on the subject. Fascinating. Just fascinating. And what can I do for you today, Whitson?
It's Watson, sir.
Watson, yes, of course.
We're interested in what you may have learned about this mummy case.
Oh, so these days it's mummies you're chasing down with that fella Helms.
It's Holmes, sir.
This is what I said now, isn't it, Whitson?
Yes, I believe you did, sir.
Let me show you what I found so far. This is the bit of linen that was found round the neck of James Windibank. I examined it thoroughly, and it is quite old, perhaps thousands of years. However, it is not the murder weapon.
Are you certain of that?
Aye. The linen is quite old, but it's not at all strong enough to strangle a grown man.
Very interesting, sir.
I also found something quite fascinating. Take a look through this glass. Do you see those short hairs on the fabric?
They look precisely like hairs.
Of course they look like hairs. But what kind of hairs? They're not human hairs. They're dog hairs. Now, look at this. This piece of linen was found round the neck of the victim on board the ship. Well, his name was Leatherby or something. It is also quite old, and on it I found more hairs.
More dog hairs?
No, my dear man, monkey hairs. I've not yet been able to identify the precise species, but it's just extraordinary, isn't it?
Quite. But what do you think it all means?
Well, I'm not the sort who likes to jump to conclusions, Whitson. But I can assure you that neither of these bandages were the murder weapons.
Okay, so the bandages aren't the murder weapons, and they're covered in dog hair and monkey hair. Well, I am more confused than I was before that visit, so thanks you, Murray. Thank you. Let's see. Where to go next? Well, if that isn't the murder weapon, then maybe the coroner could tell us something about what is the murder weapon. Well, no, it's probably just strangulation, but with something else. But still, better to have it confirmed. A migraine sidelines the great detective while he soothes himself. Holmes and Watson to discuss the murders with the medical examiner, hoping for more evidence to support his growing hypothesis.
Beg your pardon, but could I have a word with you, Sir Jasper?
Dr. Watson, of course. Are you investigating the death of Samuel Sneed? I just finished with him.
No, we're interested in James Windibank.
Ah, the mummy's latest victim, of course. Who hired Holmes for this one? King Tut?
Oh, that's a jolly good one. Actually, we don't have a client on this one.
Just for fun, eh? Well, about the only thing I can tell you is that that mummy has very powerful hands.
What do you mean?
The trachea was crushed along with one of the vertebrae of the neck. Death was instantaneous. Snap.
But the paper's reports say that there were mummy wrappings found round the neck.
Just window dressing. Without question, it was bare hands. The bruises and the way that the vertebrae was crushed leave no doubt about that.
Thank you very much for your time, Sir Jasper. We're very much appreciative.
Not at all, Watson. You will let me know when you've convicted the mummy.
Beg your pardon?
Well, so I can perform an autopsy on him. Would be most fascinating, don't you think?
Okay, that gave us nothing new. In that case, let's go and investigate the latest death. Weatherby, Watson asks as Holmes reaches for his deerstalker hat. The great detective reminds the good doctor of the articles in the paper and the unfortunate demise of Andrew Weatherby.
I'm very sorry to intrude on you in your moment of grief.
Oh, that's quite all right. You know, Andrew and I hadn't been married very long.
Long enough to know if he had any enemies?
Oh, Andrew was so unassuming. Everyone liked him.
Including Mr. Urubaru?
I really loved my husband.
I'm sure you did. Oh, English toffee, my favorite.
Would you like one?
Please.
Sorry, you'll have to open this yourself. I've never been any good with these things.
Oh, well, we can definitely say she's not the murderer. She wouldn't have the strength to strangle these people. Let's question Anthony Urburu. The good doctor receives a telegram summoning him to the home of one of his patients. Holmes hails a carriage and proceeds to Mr. Urburu's home in hopes of a clue or two.
If this is an inconvenient time, perhaps I could come back, Mr. Uruburu.
I wouldn't hear of it. Just a bit of a hangover. I've weathered plenty worse than this.
I'm investigating the death of Andrew Weatherby. You were on the ship with him out of Cairo. Did you happen to make his acquaintance?
Weatherby, a most tedious fellow.
So tedious, one might want to do him in.
Don't be preposterous. In my condition, I couldn't have done anything of the sort.
What condition was that?
And I thought you were a great detective. The first night out, a few of us threw a bit of a bash that went on until we docked in London.
Did Mrs. Weatherby attend this particular bash?
She was the guest of honor, you might say.
Okay, so he didn't do it either. That is you out of the question. That is you out of the question because you're dead. You we can't find anywhere. How to continue with this? I can't possibly have all the clues yet. Let's see. What might I be missing? What might I be missing? We have what do we even have? We have proof that the wrappings is just for window dressing. The fact that we are looking for someone who instead is very strong, capable of just snapping someone's neck, basically. And we have yet to meet anyone who really fits that. Let's see, what else? We have one of the people sailing on the boat also showing up dead. That's a bit of a bummer, actually, because that could have been a great suspect. Let's see, who else? I feel like I'm missing a vital clue. Okay, let's go back to the notes. We're missing something. We're clearly missing something. With the bank worked at London University, that's fine. Is an empress. Okay. It's constantly ordering. Two suspicious Arabs. Somebody contain dog hair. No, not the newspapers. I didn't want the newspaper. I did not want the newspaper. I wanted the directory. Let's see. Since all of this seems to be going on all over the place, then clearly maybe I should just ask Henry Ellis, who's in charge of foreign news. He must know something. Watson hails a carriage and he and Holmes proceeds to the office of the London Times. Surely Henry, as the editor of the Times, would have some interesting news regarding this case.
It's quite amusing, all this hoopla over a mummy's curse, I must say. Not so amusing, of course, the murder of 3 Englishmen.
Have any of your reporters uncovered anything new?
Actually, I've been in Paris the past several weeks. Just returned to London on Tuesday. I've had no involvement with the writing of any of these articles. I believe they are all the work of Philip Travis. He's one of our young reporters. For a short time, he was the Egyptian correspondent.
Was he sacked?
No. He returned to London just a few days ago. I gather he was reassigned to cover the case from here because he had some familiarity with the murder in Egypt.
Do you know Travis?
No, never actually met the chap, although I hear he's a bit of an odd duck.
Thanks for your help, Henry.
Anytime. Let me know when you catch the mummy. That's one scoop I'd like to get.
Okay, so he's the one that tells us that Philip Travis has been writing the article. Philip Travis, I mean, he's... If you're talking about ashes and things, he's for burning things in bowls. So maybe he is the killer. We have no knowledge about his strength per se. We do, however, know that he wraps mummies as far as monkey mummies, so, and it's not unlikely that he would also have dog hair, so the hairs from the bandages could very well come from his experiments. Where else could we potentially go? Where else would make sense? Would it make any sense to visit the shipping company? Because wasn't that where they were working? Was that shipping company? I mean, we would talk to the captain, but maybe we should have talked to the shipping company. Maybe they know if they transported monkeys and things. Let's see. No, it was the latest. It was the latest newspaper. There we go. Let's see. The Jordan ship Eastern Empress was the scene of the mysterious death. Okay. Okay. So that is that one. After reading an article in the Time, Holmes hurries Watson into a carriage, believing that time is of the essence as they head over to the shipping company.
Here is a passenger list.
Okay, passenger list. Huh. Excellent. That would have helped me ages ago. Because these are the only ones that could have done it. So you had Al-Sod, which we have already tried to find and couldn't find. You have Fahmy, which is dead. You have Louise Fenswick. You have Philip. You have Anthony Burr. You have Andrew Weatherby, Clarissa Weatherby, and James Windebank. Okay, so if I just rule out who Louise is, if that's a woman or a man, and if they have strong hands, then the only one left would be Philip Travis. Or, to be fair, also the which has disappeared. But I would assume that it would. Yeah, no. He wouldn't disappear without us having a way for us to find him, so it can't really be him. The game wouldn't do that to us, I think. If it does, it's very cruel. Fenwick. Cap in hand, the men leave 221 Baker Street and journey to the other side of town to visit the haughty Fenwicks. They hope for a tidbit of information.
I'm sorry, but I don't know anything about the death of old... whatever his name was.
Andrew Weatherby.
Fact is, I only saw the gentleman once, just as we were boarding. And I'll tell you, I resented the first officer's questioning us on the matter, and I resent yours.
The whole voyage was a disaster from beginning to end. Our accommodations were positively abysmal. They wouldn't even let us bring Dickie into our cabin.
Dickie? A high-strung, distasteful little mutt.
How can you say that, Merrill? You know Dickie is a blue-blooded Yorkshire Terrier. Mumsy will be with you in just a moment, Dickiekins. He's a bit under the weather, you know. That's why we were only able to stay in Egypt for 2 weeks. Dickie was so disappointed. He so wanted to see the Sphinx.
Mr. Holmes is not interested in your incessant whining, Louise.
Oh, now I whine, do I? There was a time you thought I had a lovely speaking voice. It's true, Mr. Holmes. He once adored me.
No doubt. Oh, for the love of God, Louise, spare us your blubbering.
A happy marriage, that one. Very happy. Okay, I can see no reason why he would want to murder. The only one I can figure out that would have any motive is Philip Travis. I am just not 100% sure if I can answer all the questions about it. He was jealous. He was not chosen. So he wanted revenge. He clearly believes that he is capable of resurrecting people. Did he even try to resurrect them back from the dead and thereby proving that he was the greater man? That could be it. Okay, I'm gonna open it up to chat. If there's anything else you want to try and do before I try my luck at the judge. Any places that chat want to do before we try to complete this. Because if I get lucky and I do complete this with the judge, then we will be done for today. So anywhere you want to go before that. Gonna give it a little bit. Lizard has no ideas, has no request to go anywhere. Oh, we could even visit Mycroft Holmes here, huh? Fancy that. Could visit Mrs. Hudson, the Imperial Theatre. The Ivy Plant Pub. Kangaroo Club. London Bridge Station, London Library, London University. Nothing seems to be popping in, so I guess everyone wants to just see if we can visit the judge. So let's try our luck. 150 points, so already used up quite a bit. Holmes and Watson leave 221 Baker Street and hurry to the Queen's Court to present their case before the magistrate. Armed with information about the mummy murderers, the detective cut a swath through the London fog and head to the Queen's Court. Believing they have solved the case of the 3 dead Englishmen, Holmes and Watson hail a carriage and are whisked away to the Queen's Court.
Hear ye, hear ye. The Queen's Court now stands in order.
Okay, we are allowed to present before the court, so that means we have technically been all the places where we have to be to solve the case.
Mr. Holmes, I understand you've been looking into the mummy murders.
Yes, my lord.
Tell me then, who was Ebenezer Turnbull's murderer?
Okay, Ebenezer Turnbull, I mean, that's the only one I can't pin on Travis, but we're just gonna have to try him with all of them. So.
And what makes you so certain? What was Travis' motive for killing Turnbull?
Let's see. Travis felt that the tomb of Cuthbert should be left undisturbed. He definitely did not. Turnbull refused to honor Travis' press credentials. No, that's not it. Turnbull publicly lambasted Travis for questioning the doctor's credential. Because the mutual interest in Clarissa Weatherby. No, it has to be that. It has to be pride. Wounded pride.
And what of Andrew Weatherby? Who murdered him?
I mean, same person.
So, you say Travis killed Turnbull and Weatherby?
Yes, I believe he did, my lord.
But what was his motive to kill Weatherby, Mr. Holmes?
Oh, that one is clear because Weatherby was chosen instead of Travis. We have confirmed that he was upset about that.
Revenge, the oldest motive in the book. Now, Mr. Holmes, who killed James Windibank?
And that is once more Philip Travis.
This Travis seems to be quite a busy fellow. What made him kill James Windibank?
He was not chosen by Windibank.
Well, you've done an admirable job in resolving this mystery. I'd say you're on a par with just about any other armchair detective out there. I would suggest, however, that you rethink this case again, thereby improving your sleuthing skills.
Okay, so there was no harder question than that.
My word, dear Holmes. Perhaps we are in the wrong business altogether. If we had been top-notch, we should have cracked this case in less points. I think I'll ring up the university immediately and see if we might enroll in a detective course.
35? Oof. Holmes saw that only 35? That's what? 3.5 visits. So he must have visited 3 places, and he must have sent irregulars at one time. Whew. Okay, Holmes, show us how it's done.
Well, Watson, I believe this case is solved. And for your information, it was not the mummy.
Come, Holmes. I never thought for a moment it was the mummy.
Of course not, Watson. However, the murderer and the mummy did have one thing in common.
What's that?
They both were the only ones present at the time of the murders, except, of course, the victims.
You state the obvious, Holmes.
Ah, but it is seeing the obvious that is important. First, I saw no reason to assume that we were dealing with more than one murderer. Secondly, the locations of the murders limited the number of suspects.
Limited them? The first murder was in Egypt, the second on ship in the middle of the sea, and the third in London. You call the entire populations of London and Egypt a limited number of suspects?
No, Watson. We had to find someone who was in Egypt for the first murder, on the ship for the second, and in London for the third.
Oh, but of course.
According to the newspapers, the Eastern Empress was in Bombay at the time of Ebenezer Turnbull's murder, so that eliminated the ship's crew as suspects. Thus, I needed the list of passengers who boarded the ship at Cairo. It was our visit to Jardine, Mason and Company that provided our first critical clue. From it, I learned that Philip Travis was a passenger. I then learned that Travis was the chap who reported on the first murder. He became one suspect, but I had no motive. Clarissa Weatherby, who was also at the scene of the murder in Cairo, was another possible suspect, since she appears to have had a bit of a dalliance with Mr. Uruburu there on the high seas. So I had found her motive for the murder of Weatherby, but not a motive for the murder of the others.
Then whom did you eliminate?
Mrs. Weatherby. Her hands were not strong enough even to open a jar of English toffee, let alone strangle a grown man.
And what of Travis's motive?
It seems that Travis was a student in the Egyptology department at London University and had studied under James Windibank. He wanted very badly to be chosen as a member of the expedition, but Windibank turned him down. Instead, Weatherby was chosen and Travis was furious. So there you have the motive for 2 of the murders.
And what of his motive for the murder of Turnbull?
Evidently, Travis had written a vicious article questioning Dr. Turnbull's credentials to lead the expedition. Turnbull's response was quite harsh, probably powerful enough to drive an odd duck like Travis to murder.
Very impressive, Holmes.
Elementary, my dear Watson.
There we go. That was the third and final game that they made in this series, as far as I've seen. At least these were all the ones that was on Steam. I have to say, I very much enjoyed playing through all of those 3. As I mentioned when I started, I have played the board game that this is based upon. And for anyone who feels like they want to be playing a sleuth board game, I can definitely recommend the board game. It's great fun, though incredibly frustrating when you have spent a couple of hours and you see that Sherlock solved it in like 3 moves. That never stops burning. Sherlock is cruel with what he thinks of your intellect for not having solved it in like 2 seconds. Also, a lot of the things he sees doesn't make any more sense at all. If anything, I would say that the video games were a lot easier than the board games. Mostly because you get such a clear visualization that it's a lot easier to focus on, compared in the board game where you usually play with a lot of people and you're all looking at the newspaper, flopping through the directory, reading out loud what it says. It's a lot easier to miss something, and it's a lot easier for everyone to have their different theories and wanting to go in different directions. So in that way, it's a lot easier to solve the cases. However, that will be all for me today, and I hope everyone has a pleasant Sunday furthermore. For next week, the planned FMV is Tesla Effect, a Tex Murphy adventure. I know a lot of people show up for the FMV, so that is next week's plan. And I had a look at how long it should be to beat that, so I have hold off 2 Sundays to beat that game, because I don't think I will be able to get through all of the content in Tex Murphy in one single sitting. But yeah, thanks everyone for joining in, and enjoy the rest of your day.